What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Stefan here from App Stuff, and today I have something super special for you guys. You're going to be building Instagram with an ex-Meta engineer. I was a senior engineer there for almost 2 years, and I'm here to show you guys how to build one of the most famous apps on the planet. So we're going to be using the latest versions of SwiftUI, Xcode, iOS, in Firebase. So let's go ahead and get started with a demo of the application before we jump into the code. Let's get excited, guys. Let's go. So here we have our login page. As you guys can see, it looks exactly like it does on Instagram. And then we also have this awesome sign up flow, which I also copied directly from the application. It's going to take the user through this sign up flow, and then here they can complete their sign up. So that's going to be a really cool feature to have. And I'm just going to go ahead and log in with one of my users here. Hit login, and then you guys will see it takes me directly to my user feed and fetches the posts I have in my database. And we're going to be using Firebase to do all of that stuff. So this is information that's actually coming from a backend. We're going to be building all of that out from scratch. And as you guys can see here, we have like an incredibly amazing looking user feed here. Let's go over some of the other features we have as well. We have this search feature. We're going to be able to search for users here and be able to, click on their profile from there. And, we have different user profiles, and we can see that user's posts there as well. We are going to have a full user profile feature. As you can see here, this is like my current user's profile. And then another really awesome feature about this app is edit profile functionality. So you're going to be able to edit your profile picture, your name, and your bio, and all of that awesome stuff. And then we're also going to have the ability to upload posts here, guys. And this is all using SwiftUI's native image picker stuff. We're using async await for all of our backend stuff. And it's really, really just an awesome app that we're going to be building here together. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump straight into Xcode and get started with the code. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and get started with a new Xcode project. You're going to make sure that iOS is selected. We're going to select app here and hit next. I'm going to call this Instagram tutorial. You guys can call it whatever you want. Make sure that SwiftUI is selected and also Swift right here. We don't need core data or tests. Let's hit next and hit create. And let's go ahead and get started with setting up our project directory. I always like to do this to get my files nice and organized. So we're going to go up to the top left here in this left side menu, and we're going to create a couple groups. So you're just going to want to right click on this Instagram tutorial guy and hit new group. And we're going to do that. Let's do it like 5 times. So another way to do it, I'm sure you guys might know, is holding down Command, Option, and N. So let's get 5 of these guys in here. Awesome. So the first one is going to be called app. Next one is going to be called core. The next one is going to be called extensions. The next one is going to be called model. And the next guy is going to be called services. Cool. So really quickly, guys, let's just go ahead and move this Instagram tutorial app file up to our app folder. So anything that's on like the app level, like this guy right here, which is what's in charge of initializing our app, is going to go in this folder. Okay. Now we're going to go into the core folder and get some more things set up here. So we're going to create some new groups within this guy. So we're going to say new group, and make sure you do that under the core folder. And this guy is going to be authentication. So this is where all of our login and sign up stuff is going to go. And next, let's create another group. And we're going to call this feed. Another group for profile. And another group for, let's see, I think it's going to be the root, and another one for search. And let's just get this organized alphabetically. So that's going to go at the top. Let's see, RS, and P is going to go before that, and feed is going to go before that. So that's what it should look like right there. We're actually going to need 2 more folders here. So let's just go to the core guy and hit new group and do that twice. And let's make this first one for the tab bar and the next one for uploading our posts. Okay, and let's move these into their correct spots. So this one is going to go right there, QRST, yep. And then this one is gonna go last. All right, so now that our project directory is all set up and where our project is organized, let's just go to this content view here and make sure that the preview builds and runs, guys, so that we can start building out our user interface. And we're gonna get started with this tabbed user interface to get things going. And then we're gonna move into building each individual view that's associated with the tab, like the feed view, the search view, and all that stuff. But we're gonna get started with this tabbed setup down here at the bottom. All right, so in our tab bar folder, underneath our core folder, we are going to create a new file. So we're going to go here, select SwiftUI view, hit next, and then we are going to say main tab view for our file name. So this is obviously going to be a tab view, guys. And once again, this is just going to give us the ability to have this tab bar down here at the bottom, and selecting items will take us to different, or navigate us to different views within the app. So obviously this is our feed view, this is going to be our search or explore view, our notifications view, and our profile view. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So lucky for us, SwiftUI has this really nice tab view guy, and we can just open that up. And let's just go ahead and create some like test views here. So we're just going to say text feed, text search, text, let's see, upload posts, text notifications, and text for our profile. So this is a super basic tab setup, and you guys aren't going to see anything down here at the bottom, but if you start clicking down there, the tab items you'll notice are like there, but we just can't see any images associated with them. So let's go over how to get those images in there, guys. So on each one of these views, you're going to say .tab item, and then you're going to hit enter when that little code block comes up in the autocomplete, and you're going to say image system name house. And you see here that our first tab item pops up. So let's just go ahead and copy and paste this for each individual item. And then we'll just change the image name for each one. So we have 5 houses now. And you notice that if we click on each one, it takes us or navigates us to its own individual view, which is what these guys represent right here. So this is great. Now what I want us to do is just change up these images. So this one is going to be called magnifying glass. Oops, I spelled that wrong. Magnifying glass. There we go. So that looks good. And this one is going to be plus.square. This one is going to be heart. And this one is going to be person. So that's already looking pretty good, right, guys? So next up, we might want to change the tint color of this tab. Each tab item when it's selected, right? You guys notice in the completed app that it's black, and that's how Instagram is set up. And later on down the road, we're going to set it up so that it has dark mode support as well, so that now the tint color is white. So it gives us that really dynamic user interface, which is going to be awesome. But for now, all we're going to do is go on this tab bar and say .accent color .black. And you guys will notice that that changes the accent color of our tab item. So a lot of you might think that this should be foreground color, but for whatever reason, tab view utilizes the accent color of the application, and that always defaults to like that blue color. So you have to use accent color there to modify that. Okay, so now that our tabbed bar is set up, there's going to be a little bit more work for us to do here later on. I want us to go ahead and get started with setting up our individual views. So we are going to start with this profile view and then move on to our other views like our home view, which is this feed, our search view, and all of that good stuff. So let's go ahead and get started with setting up the profile view next. So let's go up to our profile folder, guys, and we're going to create a new file here, SwiftUI view, and it's going to be called profile view. Cool. So let's just do a quick layout of how we're going to build this view before we actually get started coding. I always like to do this just so I have an idea of how the view is going to be built before I start just writing code. It's really good to take that just a couple minutes to architect it out in your head and sort of lay it out before you start building it so you don't get lost. So first off, we notice that this is going to be a VStack, right? So it's just going to be a bunch of vertically stacked things. This is like our header view and then our post grid view. So let's go ahead and make a VStack. So we're going to have our header and post grid view. So the header is going to have all these different components, and then the post grid view is going to be pretty simple, right? It's just a grid of user posts. And obviously all of those posts belong to that user. The header is a little more intricate though, right? It's got a bunch of stuff going on here. So let's lay that out. So that's also going to be a VStack. And it's going to start with this horizontal stack of items. So I thought it was best to put everything here in a horizontal stack. So the user profile image and then all of these user stats as well. So let's go ahead and lay that out. So we're going to have an H stack, and this is going to be pick and stats. Then underneath that, we are going to have our user's name and bio. And I'm going to put that in a separate VStack so we can control the spacing of it and all that stuff. And that's going to be name and bio. And then underneath that, we are going to have our action button. And then we're going to have a divider. So let's just go ahead and add the divider now. All right, cool. We got a divider. That's a good start, right? So let's actually just build out this button first, guys. We can sort of work our way up here from the really simple stuff to the more complicated stuff. So let's see. We are going to create a button here. And it's just going to have an action and a label. So the label is going to be text edit profile, right? And then we want to give it this border and change the font and the font color and all that stuff. So let's say .font .subheadline. Oops, got to say .subheadline. .font weight .semibold. Right, that looks good. And we're going to give it a frame of width and height. It's going to be 360 and the height's going to be 32. And then we're going to give it a foreground color of .black. So that changed the text to black. And then we're going to give it this overlay. So we're going to say .overlay. And it's going to be a rounded rectangle with a corner radius of 6 and a stroke of a color. Let's see, stroke with color or content and style, or line width, sorry. So you want this guy, content and line width. So the content is just going to be color.gray and the line width is going to be 1. So that looks pretty good, right? Let's clean this up a little bit. Just like that. All right, so awesome. That's our button. And we're going to leave the action blank for now. We don't really need that yet. What's going to come later on is this edit profile screen where we can change our profile picture, our name and our bio and all that good stuff. That's going to come later. Next, let's do our bio VStack, right? So it's just going to be 2 text components, right? This is pretty simple. So we're going to say text Chadwick Boseman and text Wakanda forever. So now we need to change the font of both of these and we need to get them aligned over to the left, right? So To fix the alignment, we can go on our VStack and say alignment.leading. So that only moves it over, like the width of this VStack is only what you see here. So if you were to apply a background to this guy's of like .red, you would see that this VStack is only as wide as the text. So the alignment leading guy will just align it over into this frame. So what we want to do to actually get it over all the way to the left there is to say .frame max width .infinity alignment is .leading. And that's going to move it all the way over. And then we're just going to apply a horizontal padding, or rather, yeah, let's do horizontal. So that moves it over nicely there. And then we can remove this red background. I just like to show you guys that background so you can actually see what's happening with the VStack and why things work the way they do. Now let's go ahead and change up these fonts, guys. So let me see what I have in my code for them. Let's see. So it's going to be footnote for the font. I like to keep it nice and small. Font weight is .semi-bold, right? And then this is going to be footnote down at the bottom as well. Sweet. And then let's also add some spacing here to space them out a little bit. Right, so that looks really good right there. So next up, we are going to build out this stack up here, this horizontal stack with our profile image and our user stat views. So let's go ahead and just create an image here. I have these images already in my assets folders, guys. What you can do is just go to Google and download some images, whatever you want, and just drag them into your project. Or if you want access to these images and this source code, you can head over to my website at stephancodes.com and just go become a member. Any one of these membership plans will get you access to the YouTube courses, which is what we're doing here. And by the time you guys are watching this video, the completed project for this will be up on the YouTube courses page. So once again, head over to stephancodes.com and become a member if you guys want access to the source code here. Also have a bunch of other cool stuff. We have some professional courses, a bunch of source code templates that are ready to go right out of the box. If you want to save yourself a bunch of time doing development, a bunch of money hiring developers to do this stuff. So becoming a member, if you do the diamond plan, you get access to everything for just $40 a month. So you get a discount code and you can use that on anything on the site and you get it for free as long as you are a diamond member. So highly recommend checking out my website, guys. A lot of cool stuff there. So anyway, let's go back to the code. And like I said, this is in my assets folder. So you guys should see this showing up. Let's see, Black Panther -1. So it's Black-Panther-1. Cool. And we just need to modify this image a little bit. So we're going to say .resizable, and then we're going to give it a modifier of scale to fill, .frame, and it's going to be width and height of 80 by 80. So that's nice and small. And then we are going to give it a clip shape of a circle, right? And then we can leave it here for now. What we need to do next is build out all of these stat views. And because this is all in an H stack, guys, this is why I did this. It's just going to work itself out with all of the spacing, which is why I chose to put everything you see on this sort of top row in one H stack. So let's go ahead and create these guys. So it's going to be a VStack for each one. So it's going to be a text component, and we can say just like 3, and then another guy and say posts, right? So that doesn't look too bad. And then we can copy and paste this a couple times, 3 times to be exact, right? And then this would be like followers following, right? Everything is centered, so that doesn't look too bad. And then we want to just change the fonts up of this a little bit. So on each one of these guys, it's going to be a font of .footnote, and just copy that and paste it there as well. And for this guy, I like to do font of .sub headline, right? and just copy that as well. And actually, we're going to give this a font weight of bold or semi-bold. Copy, copy, copy. Right, cool. So now we just have to figure out the spacing of these guys. So we're going to start by giving each one of these VStacks a width. So we're going to say dot frame with a width, and we're going to give it like 72 pixels of width, and we don't need a height. Okay, the height is figured out by default based on the components, which is nice. So then what we're going to do is apply that to each one. Right, so you can see that this is already looking much, much better. But we do have like a lot of extra space on this leading edge here. So what we can do to fix that, guys, is we're going to wrap all of these stat views. So like highlight all of those guys and hit Command X to cut them. And we're going to put them in its own H stack. So we're going to say H stack. We're going to give it a spacing of 8 pixels, hit enter on the content, and then paste all of those guys back in there. Right, so that looks pretty good now. And the reason we did that was so that we can apply a spacer here and sort of space all of this out. And then we can just go to the bottom of our H stack here, right? Because this whole thing is one big H stack. This is a nested H stack, and then we can just say dot padding of dot horizontal, right? So that looks good. There is like a lot of space here. So if you want, you could maybe like mess with these frames a little bit. You could maybe go like 76, 76, and 76, right? Just to sort of minimize that space, but I think that looks pretty good. Now I do want a little bit of space between these two things. So really quickly, let's just go ahead and fold up this H stack. So Command click on that last bracket, and it folds it up nicely just to keep everything easy to read here. And we can also do a dot padding of dot bottom and just give it like maybe 8 pixels, or let's do 4. Right, so that looks good. And then we are going to do the same thing with our VStack here, right? We want some spacing between those two guys. So instead of going through all that trouble of doing all the paddings like individually, guys, what you can do is just go apply a uniform spacing on your VStack of like 4 pixels. Maybe make that like 8. Right, so that looks pretty good, but maybe want a little bit more. Yeah, I think 10 might be the sweet spot. Right, so that looks good right there. And then we can actually remove that padding of bottom. Right, so this is looking really good. So that's our profile header view, guys. And before we move forward with the grid view, I want us to do a small refactor here. So we notice that we have a lot of copy and pasted code for these individual stat views, right? And the only thing that's really different between them is this value and this text. So everything else is the exact same. So what I want us to do is make a subview or extract a subview to create these in a more like reusable way, so we don't have all this copy and pasted code here. So let's go up to our core folder, and we're actually going to create a new folder, new group, and we're going to call it components. And what this folder is going to be used for, guys, and just drop it right underneath authentication, is all your reusable components that you're going to have. So I'm going to hit Command N on that components folder to create a SwiftUI view. And I'm going to call this user stat view. And this refactor is going to be really, really simple. Let's go back to our profile view, and we can literally just copy and paste this code here. Go to user stat view, paste it in there. And so how you guys make this, how you're going to want to make this reusable is just look at the things that differ between each view. And as we said before, it was just this value and this title label that we have here. So what that tells me is when I create that user stat view, I want to pass in the value and the title. So we're going to create those as input parameters for our user stat view. So we're going to say, hey, I want a value, which is some integer, and a title, which is some string, right? So now we're going to replace 3 with the value. So whenever we create this thing and we assign this value, that's what's going to go here. And then here we just want our title, right? So that looks really good. And now you guys are going to notice, ooh, we have to, use some string interpolation here. So wrap it in quotes, parentheses, and a backslash, because ultimately we're going to be passing a number value in there for the number of posts, followers, and following that they have. And then you guys are going to notice that our preview is going to throw an error now, because we're saying that, hey, when we create this user stat view, which we're doing down here, we have to pass these 2 things in. So if you go ahead and hit fix, it's now going to ask you for what you want to pass into it. So for example, we could say like 12 posts, right? So now what this is going to do is display 12 posts here, because my value is 12 and that's what's going to get displayed there. And my title is post, so that's what's going to get displayed there. So now we can hop back to our profile view and replace each one of these VStacks, guys, with our user stat view. Value, let's make that 3 posts. And we can just copy and paste this, delete these guys. And now we can say like you have 12 followers and maybe like you're following 24 people or something like that, right? Oops, these need to be integer values. Right, so you guys notice that this is way cleaner, and we just created like a reusable view component with this user stat view, and we just pass in what we need when we want to create it. So that's a really, really small refactor there that just makes the code a lot cleaner and keeps your code really professional. So now that we've wrapped up our header view, we're going to get started with creating this post grid view to display the user's posts in their profile. All right, guys, so let's go down to where we added this comment for our post grid view. And once again, this really helps us because it helps us realize where this first VStack ends, right? So we don't get confused and like put it in the same VStack as our header. So let's go ahead and just command click on that last bracket and hit fold. And that just folds up our entire header view to keep this really like nice and neat and easy to read. So let's go ahead and figure out how to create this grid view. So for those of you who don't know, SwiftUI did come out with a feature to help create grids, and it's pretty awesome. So what we're going to do is we want to go and set up this thing called a lazy V grid. I'll explain what lazy means later on in this course. Just go ahead and go with it for now. Because there is like, I'm pretty sure there's just a standard V grid, or no, it's only lazy V grid. Okay, so, but like I said, I'll explain that later on. And if you guys open that up, it's going to ask you for some columns and content. So basically the grid needs to know how many columns you want it to have. In this case, we're going to make it have 3. So what I want us to do is go up to the top, and we're going to create these items up at the top here. We're going to say private let grid items, and it's going to equal or just be an array of grid items. Equal, open bracket, enter, and you're going to say dot init, and then you are going to say dot flexible, spacing 1 pixel, add a comma, and paste that 2 more times and get rid of the last comma. So if you guys are confused about this, you can, really just go ahead and look up a grid tutorial on YouTube. I think I have one somewhere on the channel. I can link it in the description. But basically, all we're saying is we are creating 3 grid items. They have flexible spacing and or the flexible size, and they're going to have 1 pixel of spacing in between them. So this is what we see here, guys. This is 1 pixel of spacing in between each grid item. So now we're going to go here and say grid items, and we're going to go and hit enter on the content, and we're just going to create an image here. And just go ahead and use one of your what's it called? Asset images. And oops, I have to make that say black-panther-1. Okay, so that is nowhere near where we want it to be. So we need to say resizable dot scaled to fill, right? And that looks really good right there. But we are still going to give this a width and a height. So let's see what happens if we put 2 more of these guys in here. So actually that looks pretty good. So let's just go ahead and cut this all, and we are going to use a for each loop here, guys, to just create a bunch of photos without having to copy and paste it a bunch of times. So let's just go ahead and say 0 up to maybe 15. And we can say like index, and we don't really need that property. And let's just go ahead and make sure we only have one of those guys. Oop, we need an ID property. So go ahead and say ID \self. And basically what this ID property does, guys, is it assigns an ID to each one of these items so SwiftUI can distinguish which one is which, right? Because if you were to click on one of them, SwiftUI needs to know which one you're clicking on, and it does that by assigning an ID to each one of those guys. So you guys notice that our spacing is a little bit off here, right? So let's go ahead and add some spacing to our grid as well and just say 2. And you guys will notice that that shrinks everything back down. So this 1 pixel of spacing is in between each grid item, and this spacing of 2 pixels is in between each row. So you could even select 1 there, and I think that's actually better because that gives it that uniform spacing of 1 pixel all around. So it's 1 in between each item and also 1 in between rows. So that looks really, really good there, guys. Next up, you guys will notice that we want this to be scrollable, right? So instead of placing this all within a VStack, we can place it all within a scroll view. And now we can scroll up and down here, right? And this looks really, really nice. The last thing we need is to create our navigation bar up at the top so that we see profile and this button here as well. But what I want us to do before we do that is just go back to our tab bar, and let's go ahead and replace this text profile with our profile view. Okay. And let's go ahead and select our profile now. And you guys will be able to see that that is showing up beautifully within our tab view, our tab bar or tab view. So this is really already starting to come together nicely. Let's go ahead and just, like I said, get that navigation bar set up as well. And then we can move on to our feed view next. So what we want to do here, guys, is place all of this in what's called a navigation stack. So I'm going to command click on that. Just say embed in VStack or something like that, and replace VStack with navigation stack. Okay. And once again, let's fold all of this up just to make it neater, right? Our vGrid's super clean and super neat, really simple. So now what we can do, guys, is make sure you go onto the end of the scroll view and not the navigation stack itself, and say dot navigation title is profile, just like that. And navigation bar title display mode is dot inline. Perfect. So once again, guys, make sure that these modifiers are placed on the scroll view and not the navigation stack itself. If you try to place these on the navigation stack, this won't work. So next up, we just need that toolbar button right there. And we're going to implement this like settings sheet a little bit later. We are just going to implement the button here for now. So there's a new way of doing this. We're going to say dot toolbar content, and we're going to say toolbar item with placement and content. And the placement is going to be navigation bar trailing, and the content is just going to be a button with an action and a label. And the label is going to be image system name line.3.horizontal. And if you guys are wondering where these are coming from, it is coming from this app called SF Symbols. So Xcode, for those of you who don't know, gives you a bunch of native images now, and that's what this initializer with the system name looks like. When you have an image that does not have that system name initializer, that is going to go and look into your assets folder. But this image with the system name searches this really nice large library of like stock icon images that Xcode gives us for free now. So you guys can go ahead and download this app. It's called SF Symbols. It's very, very useful, and I actually really love it. So go ahead and check that out. And then we're just going to say dot foreground color is dot black for now. All right. And now we have a button here that will ultimately present this sheet. And, you know, you guys will be able to like, I'm going to show you the functionality for how to like introduce a settings page. This is going to have our functionality to log out of the app as well. And, you know, we'll implement that later on. Next up, we are going to get started with building out our feed. But really quickly, let's hop back into our main tab view and see if that like navigation stack is showing up. So, right, yep, this looks really good, guys. It's looking super, super smooth. That's our profile view for now. That's like a good skeleton, and we're going to introduce some functionality and some logic later. Next up, we're going to be implementing this feed view. All right, guys, so next up, we are going to be getting started with creating our feed here. So this is what it's going to look like. It's going to be a scrollable list of a bunch of these posts. So we're going to set it up so that we have like a scroll view, and then within that scroll view, we're going to have this like feed item or feed cell, and it's just going to be a bunch of these repeating themselves with different data inside of them. So let's go ahead and go up to our feed and create two views really quickly. So it's going to be two SwiftUI views, one for our feed view and one for our feed cell. So our feed view is going to consist of a bunch of feed cells, okay? So let's go ahead and just get started with creating our feed cell, and then we'll go ahead and place the feed cells inside of the feed view. So first off, this is going to be a VStack. Most things are. And let's go ahead and do a quick layout. So we're going to have this guy right here, which are our profile image view and our username. So we're going to say this is going to be an H stack. And let's add our comment of image plus username. And then below that, we're going to have post image. Below that, we are going to have another H stack. And this is going to be for our action buttons. And then below that, we are going to have likes label. And below that, we're going to have our caption label. Cool. So let's just go ahead and get started with this. So we need to create our image here. So let's say image, and just go ahead and pick any one of the images you have in your assets folder. And we're going to say .resizable, .scaled to fill, .frame with height of, let's make it 36 by 36, .clip shape of a circle. And that should be good to go. Let's actually make it 40 by 40, guys. I think that looks a little better. Yep. And then we just need to add our text for our username. So we're going to say text Batman, .font, .footnote, .font weight, .semibold. Cool. And now we need to do our post image. So here we're just going to say image Batman-2 .resizable scaled to fill. And then we're going to say .frame. We're going to give it a height of 400 pixels. Like that's a pretty good standard height there. And what we might do later on, guys, is make this dynamic so that it's using the actual height of the image. I can show you how to do that a little bit later. I just want to get the basic skeleton of this feed set up really quickly. And then we're going to give this a clip shape of a rectangle. And we'll talk about why we do this a little bit later on. And also go back up here into our H stack and add a spacer at the end of that to move it all the way over to the left, and then give it a padding of .leading right there. All right, so that looks really good. All right, next up, we are going to do our action buttons. Okay, so this is an H stack, and we're gonna have 3 buttons here. So let's go ahead and just get those buttons with our actions and labels, and copy and paste this 3 times. Okay, and let's add some print statements here. This is going to be like post, print, comment on post, and this will be print share post. The label here is going to be an image of system name, heart. Cool. Let's see. Let's do like image scale .large. Yeah, I think that looks good. And let's just copy and paste this for here and here. And this is going to be bubble.right. And this is going to be paper plane right here. Yep. And we're going to want to apply some spacing here. So we're going to say spacing of 16 pixels. That looks pretty good. And then once again, guys, go ahead and give it a spacer to get it all the way over. And then go ahead and give that a padding of .leading. Yep, that looks good. Let's actually only give it like maybe 8 there. Yeah, that looks good. And then we want to give it a foreground color of .black for now. And let's also give this some padding on the top as well. So we're going to say padding .top and just do like 4 pixels, right? Just to give it some spacing between the post image and these buttons here. And because we have 8 pixels of padding on the buttons, guys, which I think looks the best, let's go ahead and apply that to our username and profile image view as well, just to make sure everything lines up correctly, right? We want to make sure this is all in line to keep it as clean as possible and as visually appealing as possible. And next up, we are going to do our likes label here. So we're going to say text. We can do like 23 likes or something like that. .font, .footnote, .font weight, .semibold. And let's give this a max. Let's align this to the leading edge, guys. So we're going to say .frame, max width, .infinity, alignment, .leading, .padding, .leading, 8. And looks like we might want a little bit more padding there, but we'll play with that in just a second. We definitely want some padding on the top as well. Let's maybe do like 1 pixel of padding. Right, that looks good. And let's maybe try just the standard leading padding. And that looks like it's a little too much, so let's do 10 pixels. Perfect. So next up, we're going to do the caption label. And this is a little tricky, right? So we want this to be like some sort of attributed label where the caption is the username is bolded and the caption is not, and we want it all right next to each other. So let's take a look at what this is going to look like. So we can say text Batman. And what we're going to do is add a plus sign and say text. This is some test caption for now. And then we are going to wrap this inside of an H stack, guys, just to keep it like contained within something. Like I like that it's contained within a stack, so it's not just these 2 random text components in the overall V stack. Let's go ahead and add a space after Batman to space that out nicely. And let's apply a font of .footnote to this guy right here. And on Batman, we're going to say .font weight .semibold. All right, so that looks good. And then we need to also make sure that this is aligned on the leading edge. So let's grab this and put that there. And let's also grab our padding of 10 right there. right? And let's also give this some padding on the top. Okay, that looks like it's a lot of padding, but let's maybe try 0.5. That's fine, actually. So let's just, we could leave it at 1. And now let's do this little timestamp label. And the guys, let me, I forgot to mention something. If you were to take this plus sign out, right, and then you were to make this caption longer, you can see this is why we need to add the plus sign, right? Because this guy will start to span multiple lines, but this will be treated as its own individual component. So if you add the plus, it sort of merges them all together, right? And then makes it all line up together, which is what you want there. So that's why we add the plus symbol and combine these two text components into like one big text component. So, and then obviously we only want to apply the modifier to this Batman guy, which is why it gets a little tricky. So that's a nice little tip there. And then let's make this, what's it called? Timestamp label as well. So let's say like, 6 hours ago. We don't want it to be semi-bold. And we want the foreground color to be .gray. Right, so that is pretty much it for our feed cell, guys. So that was like not too bad, right? Like we have all these buttons, we have our likes label, our caption label, our timestamp label, as well as our user info up at the top here. So that's great. Let's go ahead and see what we need to do now to drop this into our view, our feed view. So once again, let's go ahead and add a scroll view here, because as we talked about in the beginning of this video, we want this to be a scrollable list. And we are going to make a lazy VStack. And once again, I'm going to explain why we use a lazy VStack and not just a VStack, okay? That will come a little bit later on in the course when we actually fetch this information from our database. And it's very important that you make this a lazy VStack and not just a VStack. And then we'll just say for each. We're going to say 0 up to like 10. We could say post in. We're not going to use that yet, but remember we also need our ID \self. Then we're just going to say feed cell. Right? So this is our feed right now. And this is just for test purposes, so we're not going to have like a bunch of data in here just yet. That's going to come later. And let's go ahead and give this some spacing, guys. So we notice that this is like a little bit close for my liking to the next feed item. So let's just go ahead and add some spacing of like maybe 4 pixels. 8, 16, maybe like 24. Yeah, I think that's good, or maybe even more than that, 32. Let's keep going. Yeah, so that looks better to me, right? Because you definitely want some space between items. Okay, so this is looking really good. Let's also wrap this in a navigation stack and create our bar up at the top here. And that's going to wrap it up for our feed view UI. So let's go ahead and just hit embed in VStack or something. And to do that, guys, once again, you hold down Command and click on that guy right there, and that menu will pop up. And let's make this a navigation stack. And then once again, make sure that we apply our navigation modifiers on the scroll view, not the navigation stack. We're going to say .navigation title is feed. Navigation bar title display mode is .inline, because we don't want it to be the big navigation display mode. I like the inline better. And then we just need these 2 images right here. So we are going to say .toolbar content toolbar item, and with a placement .leading image. And I have this logo in my assets folder, and you notice it's big and nasty right now. So let's go ahead and make this a frame with a width and a height of like 100 and maybe 32. we need to say .resizable. Yep, so that looks good to me. And once again, guys, this is in my assets folder that I have here. That image isn't hard to find online, but once again, if you guys want the source code, just go ahead and become a member on my website and you can get access to the source code there. And let's make one more toolbar item here. Trailing. And this is going to be image system name paper plane. And we are going to just want this to be an image scale of .large. Right. So that looks really good right there. And let's also maybe give our VStack, or sorry, our whole like feed a little bit of padding right here. So on this lazy VStack, just say .padding, .top, and like give it 8 pixels of padding just to get some space between these guys. And you guys notice now as we scroll that we can see our navigation bar up at the top there. And guys, the completed version of this app has a full messaging system, which is really, really cool. The completed version of this will be available on my website as well in the next week or two. And it's obviously going to contain a lot more features than we're going to cover here in the YouTube version of this course, which is free. And we'll go over all of the extra features a little bit later on. I just want to go back to our main tab view before we end this section and replace this guy here with our feed view. And now we can really see our app coming together, right? We have our feed right here, nothing there yet, nothing there yet. And then we have our profile as well. So what we're going to be building out next, guys, is this search screen where we're going to be able to search for users that exist on the app, be able to click on them and go to their profile, right? So that's what it's going to look like in the next section. And this list will be searchable, so we can also search for users, which is going to be really cool as well. So get excited for that, guys. We'll see you in the next section where we're going to be building out this search view. All right, guys, so in your search folder, underneath the core folder, let's go ahead and create this search view. So SwiftUI view, call it search view. Cool. So this is going to be pretty simple, right? It's just a scrollable list of a bunch of users here. So let's make sure that we make this a scroll view to start, right? And then we're going to use a for loop to make sure that we, just have a bunch of users displayed in this list. But we want that to be in a vertical stack. So we're going to make a lazy VStack. And once again, the explanation for why we use a lazy VStack will come for those of you who don't know why we use a lazy VStack. And then we are going to say for each data 0 up to, let's make it like 15 user in, because ultimately this will eventually display a list of users. We need to say ID \self. And then we can, for now, just say text like Batman or something, right? So obviously we want to adjust this so that each item looks like this, where we have this circular image view with our username and full name for our user. So let's just go ahead and do that. So let's make another image. We're going to say image Batman-2 .resizable .scale to fill .frame width and height of 40 by 40 .clip shape of a circle. Perfect. So guys, we also noticed that we want this to be an H stack. So each one of these is a horizontal stack, and it's going to be the picture, and then next to it is going to be this vertical stack of the user's information. So let's go ahead and just wrap this up in an H stack. Command click on the image, hit embed in H stack. And then, like I said, next to that will be a V stack of text, Batman, text, Bruce Wayne. That V stack will have a font of .footnote. Batman will have a font weight of .semibold. Okay, and then we just need to make this alignment leading so that the VStack will align to the leading edge. We don't need the content. So that'll fix the text alignment, right? And then we need to shove all of this over to the left on our H-stack, and we simply use a spacer to do that. So within your H-stack, just go ahead and add a spacer, right? And then on that H-stack, we can say dot padding. And that looks like a little too much padding. So let's say dot horizontal, right? And then maybe we want to give it like padding on the vertical edges of, or let's actually go up here. I think we could apply the spacing there, maybe 8 pixels, 16. Yeah, so I think that looks good. Maybe let's do 12. 12 looks like the magic number. So this looks pretty good, guys. And that was really simple to put together. Let's just go ahead and add the searchable component, right, to where we have this nice search bar here and our navigation title as well. So this will, once again, be wrapped up inside of a navigation stack. And that's, and you know, we're not just doing these navigation stacks to get this like navigation bar up at the top, guys. This is actually going to have navigation functionality, right? Because I want to be able to click on this and navigate over to the profile screen. So that's what's coming in a little bit. But for now, we're just going to be adding the navigation bar. So let's say dot navigation title, explore, dot navigation display mode dot inline. Cool. And then on this VStack, guys, SwiftUI, for those of you who don't know, came out with this feature called searchable, where it's a modifier that allows you to search through any sort of list, right? So we can say dot searchable, and it just asks you for a search text, and we can also have a prompt. And you know, our search text needs to be a property. So we need to introduce a state property up at the top. So we're going to say state private var search text equals some blank search text. Pass that in there. And the prompt is going to be search for, or just search, you know. And oh, there we go. We see it showing up right there. And, you know, we're going to go over how to filter through these users later on. Where, you know, we type stuff in and it actually filters through this list of users, but that's going to come later. Let's also give this some padding on the top. Just a little bit, you know, maybe 8 pixels of it. Right. So now, you know, it's really convenient, guys, that search bar disappears as we scroll. We just get that functionality completely for free. And what we're going to introduce later on as well is obviously the ability to display multiple users here. We're going to do that once we get into our data modeling section. And then ultimately, you know, we'll be fetching users from a database where we create them. We're going to be able to log in users, sign them up and all that, and then display their information here. So this is going to have that full sort of like back-end capability as well. A lot of apps like this that get built, the people that are doing the tutorials don't actually implement a back-end or a server, which is something that you need for a social media app. You know, I'm bringing it all to you guys because I'm dope. What can I say? Anyway, let's go ahead and drop this search view into our tab view, right? So same thing as last time. We're just going to say search view, boom. And now if we click on this guy, bam, check that out. Our search view is up and running. Our feed's up and running. And our profile is up and running as well. So next up, guys, I think what I want us to do is get into implementing the login and sign up flow. So this is what that's going to look like. Here's our login page. And then I have this really cool custom sign up flow that Instagram does. I mimicked it exactly because I think it's like a really cool and interesting way of signing a user up that's not just like a straight form. So, you know, it's going to ask you to add your email. We're going to add the email, the username, a password, and all that. And it's going to be like this sort of like onboarding registration flow instead of just putting everything in one form. So it's going to teach us some pretty cool techniques here. So we're going to be building out that UI next. Okay guys, so let's hop up to our authentication folder and let's create some files here. So first one is going to be our login view, and that's what we are going to be building here with what you see on the simulator right now. So we're going to have this logo, 2 text fields, this forgot password button, our login button, another option to continue with Facebook, and then this don't have an account button, sign up. So let's go ahead and just jump right into it. So we are going to have a navigation stack. And the reason for that is because we need to be able to navigate to the sign up flow. Okay. And then within that, we are going to have a VStack. And we're going to start with our image. So we're going to say image, and mine is called Instagram logo black. And once again, guys, this is in my assets. You can find this image online. Just search Instagram logo or get the source code by signing up on my website. So we're going to say .resizable .frame width and height of 220 by 100. And I think we also need to say .scaled to fill. Yeah, so that looks good. Now, or maybe let's see what scale to fit looks like. Yeah, I like scale to fit better. So scale to fit means it will fit this frame. So that looks good. Then we're going to create a VStack here for our text field. So let me just add our notes here. So this is our logo, image, and our text fields, right? So the text fields are pretty simple. We just need to create a text field with a title and text. So this is going to be enter your email, and we need to create a text property here. So I'm going to go up to the top and say state private var email equals blank string. And let's go ahead and create another one for our password while we're at it. And then we pass in these state variables to this guy right here that's asking us for a binding. If you guys are confused on as to what the difference between state and binding is, or what a state property is and what a binding property is, I have a link in the description explaining the difference between the two and what they are. So check that out if that's something that's confusing to you. So this is going to be my email, and I'm going to say .auto capitalization is .none because we don't want capital letters. And let's see how we're going to modify this guy. So we're going to give it a font of .subheadline, .padding of 12, .background color .system gray 6, corner, oops, and then we're going to give it a corner radius of 10. And so that looks good. And then a horizontal padding of 24. Padding, horizontal, 24. Perfect. Now we are going to do the same thing for our password field. So let's just go ahead and copy and paste this. And instead of a text field, SwiftUI gives us something for free called a secure field, which gives us like the password field capabilities, right? And it also recognizes that it's a password field and might ask the user to, if they want to load a saved password from the keychain and all of that good stuff. So this is obviously just going to be enter your password. And we have to make sure we replace this guy as well with $password. Okay, and we don't need to have the auto capitalization modifier there because that will default to no or none because it's a password field, and all of the other stuff is the same. Okay, so now guys, let's go ahead and make this forgot password button. So we're going to create a button, action, and label. Print show forgot password. And this guy is going to be a text component of forgot password question mark .font .footnote .font weight .semi-bold .padding .top .padding .trailing of 28 pixels. And let's go ahead and give this a frame. Max width dot infinity alignment is dot trailing. And then I'll just shove it all the way over to the right. And because we have trailing pixels of trailing padding of 28, that aligns perfectly with our text field. Okay, next up is our login button. So let's go ahead and create that. So it's just we can actually just copy and paste this. Log in. And let's see. Obviously, this is going to be a little different with these. Let's make this sub headline for the font. Make it a little bit bigger. And we're going to give it a frame of a width and height of, I believe, 360. And the height is 44. Dot corner radius of 10. Why is it yelling at me? Okay, cool. And then we want to give it a background of color dot system blue. Okay, so guys, we actually need to put the corner radius after that. To apply that corner radius correctly, yep, that looks good. And then we want to give it a foreground color of white. And we obviously want to change this to login. And let me just make sure I have all of those details right. Height is 44. Yep. System blue. Yep. Okay. Corner radius. Let's actually make it 8. And let's also give this some padding, guys. So let's see. We wanted some padding on the vertical edges. Right, so that looks really good. All right, now let's create this like OR divider to continue with Facebook. We are not going to be implementing this option in the YouTube course here, guys. It will be implemented in the full version of the course. If you guys want access to that, once again, you can purchase that on my website at stephancodes.com. So let's go ahead and make this guy. So let's see. We want this to be an H stack, and we're going to have a rectangle dot frame width and height. The frame is going to be UI screen dot main dot bounds dot width divided by 2 minus 40. Okay, I did the math on that, so you guys don't have to. And just put this UI screen dot main dot blah 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 divided by 2 in parentheses, and then subtract 40. And the height is going to be 0.5. Dot foreground color is going to be dot gray. So there's 1, and then we're going to have text or, and it's going to be capitalized, dot font, dot footnote, dot font weight, dot semi bold, dot foreground color, dot gray, right? And then we're just going to copy and paste this guy, right? So that gives us this really nice like divider view, right? And guys, something we can do is, you notice that each one of these has a foreground modifier of gray. We can just put that on the whole H stack, okay? And save ourselves a couple lines of code, which is always a good thing. Sweet, looks the exact same. And then we are going to add this Facebook button. So this is going to be another H stack. And we're going to say image. And mine is called Facebook underscore logo. And it's going to be dot resizable dot frame width and height. Width and height of 20 by 20. Cool. And then it's going to be a text component of, let me get some more space for you guys to see. Continue with Facebook. And we want it footnote and semi-bold. We use that quite a bit. Yep. And then we want the foreground color to be system blue. So let's see. Dot foreground color, open parentheses, dot system blue. Perfect. And let's give that a little bit of padding on the top, maybe 8 pixels. Perfect. So that looks really good, guys. Next up, we are going to create this guy down here. So we're going to add a spacer here to fill in all this empty space. It's going to shove that all the way to the top. And then, guys, we are going to add a divider. So that's going to show up right there. And then we're going to add something called a navigation link. And we're just going to use the destination label option. So some of you might be wondering why we're not using the value-based navigation, and I'll explain why. It's because there is no value associated with this navigation link. It's simply a navigation link that wants to go somewhere. We're not clicking on like an object, like a user or a post to go somewhere, right? So this is still a viable option to use with the new navigation stack setup. And if you guys aren't familiar with the whole navigation link, navigation stack stuff, I have a link in the description going through a fun tutorial of how all of that works. So check that out if you want to learn more about navigation stacks and navigation links. So let's just say text, oops, let's hit enter on that. We can say text sign up. And the label is going to be an H stack. It's going to be text don't have an account. And then we actually want another text guy. It says sign up. And let's give this some vertical padding. So we're going to say .padding .vertical is 16. So that's going to give it some nice spacing there. And then, guys, we are going to change up the font of this. So the font is going to be .footnote on both of them. So we can apply that to the H stack, but then we want the font weight to be semi-bold on sign up, right? So that looks really good. You notice here that the spacing is a little weird. We can fix that by adding like 3 pixels of spacing to the H stack to just sort of bring them closer together and make it all look like it's one sentence, and that looks really good. And you guys will notice if you click on that bada bing, bada boom, it's going over to our sign up view. And that is because we are inside of a navigation stack and we have a navigation link down here that takes us over to that next view. And you guys will notice that we want all this sort of centered in the screen. So we have one spacer pushing this all the way up. We're going to add another spacer at the top to push it back down and sort of sandwich everything in between 2 spacers, right? That's how we get this sort of centered right here. And the reason for that is like that way we get this sort of nice animation, right? When our keyboard shows, and we get that for free with SwiftUI, which is so nice. Back in the old way of doing things, the UI kit dinosaurs, you had to implement all of that functionality yourself with like all this annoying code to make the view move up as your keyboard shows and stuff. In SwiftUI, they just did all of that for you. So let's add a spacer there, and it pushes everything back down. So that looks so good. That's our login view, guys. Next, we are going to get started with this sign up flow, okay? And that's going to be really fun. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Let's hop back into our authentication folder and let's create another view here. And this one's going to be called add email view. And this is what it's going to look like right here. So it's going to ask the user to add their email. So it is going to be a VStack. We're going to have this sort of like title, this description of how it's being used, a text field, and a button to go to the next screen. So we notice that this is going to be a VStack. We just have some things stacked on top of each other. We're going to have this text for our title, add your email, .font, .title2, .font weight, .bold, .padding, .top. So that's that guy right there. And then our description text. So it says you'll use this email to sign into your account. And this is going to be .font, .footnote, .foreground color of .gray, dot multi-line text alignment is dot center. So this is in case it spans more than one line, guys. Like, you never know what size of the screen the user is going to be using. So in case this is like a smaller phone, maybe it's an iPhone 8 or something like that, we want to handle the case for when that might span more than one line and align it on the center, like the center axis. And then we're going to give it a padding of dot horizontal 24. Cool. And then we're going to add a spacing of 12 pixels to this VStack. Cool. So next up, we have our text field. Okay, and this is going to be title and text, email, and we're going to create a state property to keep track of the email that the user types into that field. Email, just like that. And we want the exact same text field style as we had in our login screen. So we could go and copy and paste this right here and add it here. What we are going to do in a little bit, guys, is create a custom modifier for this so we don't have to keep copy and pasting this stuff, because we have quite a few of these fields in this like sign up flow and our login flow. So copy and pasting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of code over and over again is just a lot. It's really inefficient and it's not good practice. So we're going to make a custom modifier for that, which I'll show you guys how to do in a little bit. So next thing, we need this button, right? So it's going to look pretty much the same as this guy. So let's go ahead and copy and paste that bad boy right in here. Perfect. And let's see. We want padding on the top here as well on our text field. Right, so that's nice and spaced out. And let's add a spacer to shove all of this up to the top. Perfect. And let's see. Then we want a toolbar as well, right? We want this back button here to help us go back to the previous screen. So let's see. Let's go and go here and add our toolbar. And you guys notice that we don't place this inside of a navigation stack, and that's because it's coming from a view that's already, that initializes that navigation stack. So the only way we can get to the registration view is from the login view. So that's where the navigation stack exists. You don't want to create another navigation stack in the registration view. It all flows from this root view, or this root view of the stack, which is the login view. So we can apply navigation bar things because this toolbar, or sorry, we're already inside of a navigation stack. So I'm going to create a toolbar item here with placement and content. It's going to be .leading. Content is going to be image, system name, chevron.left, .image scale, .large, let's see how that looks really quick. I think in order for this to show up in our preview though, like if we were to go to our login view, guys, and then hit this, let's solve that really quick. So go down to your navigation link and let's make this add email view really quickly. So this takes us over to our add email view. Now we will see that back button showing up there. And I like having that custom back button. I think it looks a lot cleaner than this. So we want to hide this guy, right? So we can go here and say .navigation bar back button hidden is true. And you guys will notice now if we go there, it's just this guy here, which in my opinion is a lot cleaner. You can keep it the old way if you like. And then what we need to do to dismiss this screen is say at environment /.dismiss var dismiss. So this is just like an environment variable that knows how to dismiss a screen, and it knows how the screen was presented, whether it's modally or on a stack, and it will just simply dismiss the screen when we call this guy. So now we can go here and say .on tap gesture dismiss. Okay, so let's go back to our login view. And let's see if that's working as expected in our preview. So we hit sign up, we notice that's gone, and we tap on that, and it takes us right back to our login view, and everything is working really smooth. So next up, guys, let me show you what we're gonna do. We're gonna say test like 12345@gmail.com, and then it's gonna enable this next button, and then we're gonna hit next, and it's gonna ask us to create a username. So that's what we're going to be doing next. We're going to create this screen, and then we're going to do a password screen, and then a complete sign up screen. So let's keep going. Before we do that though, guys, I do want to create this custom text field modifier and a button modifier here as well. So we don't keep repeating ourselves and copy and pasting that code to accomplish the same exact thing. So let's go into our components folder, and we're going to make a Swift file, and this is going to be called text. We can call it IG text field modifier, and let's go ahead and make it where it's going to be a struct called IG text field modifier, and it's going to be a view modifier, and we have to implement this function. I think we need to import SwiftUI up at the top. So basically, guys, this view modifier is a protocol, and it asks us to implement this function called body with content, right? So we're going to say content, and then we're going to just go copy and paste the modifier code we have for that text field. So let's see. Back inside of my login view, I want to grab this text field modifier stuff. So go ahead and just cut all of that out. Don't include this auto capitalization. I'll explain why in just a second. And then apply that on the content. All right, so let's go ahead and see how we're going to apply this now. So back here, we're going to say .modifier, IG text field modifier. Okay. And you guys will notice that this just allows us to apply all of that modification code with this simple call to that modifier with this .modifier guy right here. And the reason we don't want to include the auto capitalization in the text field modifier is because there are going to be some fields where you do want auto capitalization enabled. So you might not want to default to this, right? So you can simply apply that to any of the fields that you need instead of defaulting to it within this modifier. So now you'll notice that we'll be able to replace this on the secure field with our IG text field modifier as well. And everything should look exactly the same. And now if we go back to our add email view, guess what? .modifier, IG text field modifier. Cool. So now every text field we create in the future from this point on, we can use this modifier if we want to, if we want it to look like this, right? So that's a super helpful tip within SwiftUI, guys, creating custom modifiers to help you limit the amount of code you're copy and pasting. So let's continue on with this create your username view. So let's go up to authentication once again and go to SwiftUI view next and say create username, create username view. And this is going to be pretty similar to this, right? So basically the exact same, just with different values. So let's go ahead and just grab all of this code. And we're going to make this title create username. What are we missing? Okay, so let's go here and add a state property for our username and change that to $username and make the placeholder username. Perfect, right? That was super, super simple, right, guys? So we are still violating that like don't repeat yourself principle, right? Like all of this code is basically the same as add email view, but I'm going to leave that to you guys to try to refactor. So what you could basically do is create like a reusable view that has these components in them. If you so choose, like it's not necessary. It just keeps your code cleaner and, you know, more concise. I'm not going to do that for the sake of saving time. Like I can't refactor everything. You know what I mean? So we'll keep this as is for now. I think we are already off to a good start with this modifier, so that looks good. And let's actually change this title here to next. And we can say like go to password now. And back in our email view, let's do that as well. So let's say next, and let's see, go to username. So we actually need to modify this a little bit, right, guys? We need to make these navigation links. So basically what we want to happen is once I click next here, I want that to take me over to my create my username screen. So let's go ahead and just grab this label right here, cut that with Command X, create a navigation link with the destination and a label. Make the destination create username view, drop that label in there, and let's make sure we give it our padding. And we could just go ahead and copy this, right? And go back to our create username view, replace that. And that looks good. So let's go ahead and test this out. Let's go back to our root view, which is our login view, and go here, and then go here, and that looks really good, right? We just need to add that custom toolbar modifier once again. So let's go back to our create username, or sorry, add email view. We can copy this toolbar code, put it right here, and also grab that dismiss code from the email view and put it right up there. And once again, like I'm pretty sure that's how Instagram does it from what I remember when I was making this. Just trying to mimic that as much as possible and show you guys how to implement some custom functionality as well. So next, we need to make sure we hide that back bar button or back button as well. So go to add email view, and we're just going to say dot navigation bar back button hidden. I don't think you need to pass in true. I think this will just hide it automatically. Let's go ahead and test it out. And then we're going to do the same thing for our password screen, guys. So let's just knock that out really quickly. Yep. Okay, so we don't actually have to pass in true there. Okay, so the next screen we want to go to is our create a password. So let's check this out. Let's see, like, just create a random username, hit next. Now it's going to ask you to create a password. So let's go ahead and do that. New file, SwiftUI view, create password view. And once again, guys, let's just copy all of this code. And I know this isn't the best thing to do, but in the interest of saving time and leaving you guys with some homework to do, this is what we're doing. So let's copy and paste those two properties as well that we need. This is going to be called password. Password, and this needs to be a secure field. And let's see. Let's comment this out for now. The next view, I'll show you guys what that'll be in a second. We do want that to say next, and this is going to be create a password up at the top. And then let's notify the user that your password must be at least 6 characters in length. Perfect. All right. We actually need some padding there. Let's see. Why isn't that happening? secure field dot padding dot top, like that. Cool, cool, cool. We got our toolbar code. It's dismissing. So now let's go back to our create username view, and we're gonna our destination, guys, is now going to be the create password view dot navigation bar back button hidden. So this is what it's going to look like once you create a password. Welcome to Instagram, whatever their username is. Click below to complete registration and start using Instagram. So let's go ahead and create this screen next. And that's the last one. Once the user hits complete sign up, it will sign them up, dismiss this whole authentication flow, and take them to the home screen of the app. So let's implement this new file, SwiftUI view, complete sign up view. And let's see, add email view. I think I'm just going to copy and paste this once again because it's pretty similar to what we need. So this is just going to be welcome to Instagram. And let's just say like Stefan.Dowless. That's my Instagram, guys. If you want to check me out on Instagram, go ahead and give me a follow. I do a bunch of cool shit. And, you know, not to sound like I sound like such a douchebag saying that. But yeah, just go ahead and give me a follow on Instagram if you want to check out more about my personal life. Username is Stefan.Dowless. I will link that in the description as well. So let's see. It's yelling at us. We don't need this text field. Let's see. We have an unexpected, well, we expect a bracket, so let's fix that. Cool. Can't find dismiss, so let's add that. That's all we need there. Okay. All right. So let's steal this multi-line text alignment guy and put it here. Right. So that'll adjust that accordingly. And click below to complete. Let's add that now. Click below to complete registration and start using Instagram. And we don't want that to be gray. Cool. And then this button title is going to so this is actually going to be a button here, right? This is no longer a navigation link. So let's literally just replace that with button, and we can add a print statement. Print complete sign up. And here we're going to say complete sign up. Perfect. And then let's add a spacer on the top and the bottom to center that, guys. So we're going to say, oops, let's do that inside of the VStack. That's going to shove it down. Okay. No, I actually like that. I think that's perfect. We don't need that other spacer here. Okay, cool. So let's just go back to our login view inside of our preview and see if we can get all the way to the end of our flow, right? So we hit that. It wants us to add our email. We hit next. It wants us to add our username. We hit next. Wants us to create a password. We hit next. Ooh, so yeah, let's go to create password view. And we need to make this our complete sign up view. All right, let's make sure that's working as expected, guys. Go back to the login view. And once we see that this is working, boom. All right, that looks absolutely beautiful. So that is going to wrap it up for our registration of our user interface. What I want us to get into next, guys, is actually creating some data models. So what do I mean by that? I want us to create some like test data. So let me log in really quickly to actually display some like dynamic data within our feed, our users, our profile, implement some of the navigation flows to navigate from here over to our profile. So we're going to be using mock data to do that at first. And then we're going to set up our backend with Firebase, actually start creating users and going through that sign up process. and implementing all of that functionality and then uploading posts and all that stuff. But I really like to start with using mock data just to see your app sort of come to life. And that also helps you later on with writing tests and all that stuff. And it makes integrating your API a lot easier because you already know what you want the data to look like. And instead of getting the data from like test mock data, you'll just be getting the data from a backend. So that's what we're going to be doing next. The app's really starting to come together. We'll see you guys there. So we're going to start off by creating a data model for our users. Okay, so we're going to introduce like a data object into our application that helps us represent a user programmatically in the app. So everything like their username, their full name, their image, like all of that stuff is going to be wrapped into this data object or data model. And we're going to use that to ultimately display user data in the application. So let's go to this model folder, create a new file. It's just going to be a Swift file. Hit next, and we're just going to call this user. Okay. And it's going to be a struct, and it's going to conform to the identifiable protocol as well as the codable protocol. And we will go over these things in just a second. So you guys will notice that because we conform to this identifiable protocol, we need to implement an ID property. So if you hit that and hit fix, it's going to say var ID object identifier. And this really just needs to be a string, and we can make it a let constant as well. So let's start with that. And this is just so like, I'll explain why this ID is needed in a little bit. So then we're going to say var username, which is a string, and we make the username a variable because the user could potentially change it in our edit profile flow. Okay. And then we are also going to have a var for the profile image URL, which is a string, and that's going to be optional. And then we're going to have a variable for our full name, which is also an optional string, our bio, which is an optional string. And let's see, what else do we need? Our email. So the email is a let constant because the email can't be changed. We're not going to allow the user to change their email here because that would involve all kinds of authentication stuff that we would have to change. So we're just going to keep it simple and not allow the user to change their email, which is why it's a let constant. Everything else here that are listed as variables are going to be changeable, which is why we are making them variables. So they're mutable. Okay, so this is what our user is going to look like, guys. So now let's go over what we need to do to actually display these users in a list like this. So we're going to create like a mock list of users. Okay, so what I want us to do is in our extensions folder, actually, for now, what we can do is just say extension user, and we could say static var mock users, and it's going to be an array of users equals this. And let's just go ahead and create some mock users. So we're going to say init, and you guys will notice it gives us the option to initialize the user with all of this stuff, right? We do want these optional properties in there as well. So just go ahead and start typing out profile image, full name, and bio. There we go. Cool. So ID, this can just be nsuuid.uuid string. Username, we can make, let's make Batman. For now, make the profile image a name you have in your assets folder. Okay, this will get replaced with like an actual image we upload to our backend later. But for now, we're just going to be using it like from our assets folder. Full name is Bruce Wayne. Bio is Gotham's Dark Knight. Email is batman@gmail.com. Cool. Let's hit comma and just create a few more. Cool. So let's just go ahead and get this done, guys. We'll say Venom. Can do here like Venom-2 or something. Eddie Brock. Venom. Email is venom@gmail.com. Next guy can be Iron Man. Next guy can be Black Panther. Next guy can be Spider-Man. And let's just, change all of their data up. Test bio, email, spiderman@gmail.com, Iron Man, Tony Stark is a playboy and billionaire. Ha ha ha. Just like that. All right, so that looks pretty good. Now let's go and see how we want to use this, okay? So let's go back to our search view really quick. And what we're going to do, guys, is instead of just looping through this data like with random numbers, we are going to go here and replace this with user.mockUsers. And you guys will notice that we no longer have to add that ID property. So this is where that identifiable protocol comes in. Because we conform to the identifiable protocol on this user object, it has an ID already. So we don't need to assign it one when we're looping through it. And once again, the reason you need that ID is because ultimately these are like clickable items, and they're items that SwiftUI needs to know how to differentiate between and say, oh, I understand that this view is different from this one because their IDs are different. So it needs some sort of unique identifier so SwiftUI can distinguish the views somehow, right? Or differentiate between them. So we don't need that anymore because we conform to the identifiable protocol. So now what I want us to do here, this is where it gets interesting. We get access to each user that we're looping through in this array from this property here in our closure. So instead of having all of this static data here, we can say user.profileImageURL, and you guys will notice that all of our images should change up. Oh, that's optional. So we need to just give it like a default value. Okay, so one of them's wrong. But the reason this is optional, guys, is because we are not forcing a user to upload a profile image. So if you remember from the sign up flow, all it asks for is a username, email, and password. Everything else is optional. And the user can optionally fill that stuff in the edit profile flow, which we're going to implement as well, which is going to be really fun. So that's typically like how most apps sign up works, right? It's a little bit more work to do to make those things optional and not force the user to do them right away so that later on in the app, you can guarantee that they're all there. But you typically don't want to put users through a really heavy sign up process. It makes it so that users don't really want to sign up on your app. You want to make that as lightweight as possible, which is what we're doing here. So you guys notice that we have different profile images showing up, which is great. Then here we can say user.username. Awesome, right? So that's working. And then here, we're going to say user.fullname. So let's actually wrap this up in an if let. So we're going to say if let fullname equals user.fullname. Then we're going to say text full name dot font, or no, we don't need to modify that because the font's already there. Cool. So yeah, so that's looking really good, guys. Let me go ahead and fix this mock user image name. I think so. It's Iron Man that's not showing up. What is he? Iron-Man-1. I don't know why I named it that. That's just confusing. Okay. So back in our search view, now we should see like a dynamic list of users popping up, right? Which is awesome. So this is like really similar to what our real life application is going to look like. The only difference is we're going to be fetching that information from an API, but now we have our app set up to actually display dynamic user data using a data model. So this is looking really, really good. Let me just show you guys what it looks like if a user doesn't have a full name. So let's see if we go back to our users and we replace full name with like nil. And let's make this like blackpanther@gmail.com. Wakanda forever is the bio, blah, 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 right? Profile image URL, that should be black-panther-1 or something. Cool. Go back to this. So now that the full name's nil, because we're making that optional, we're getting a little fancy here. You guys notice that it just doesn't show the full name, right? Which is pretty cool. So we can leave it like that for now. Next up, guys, we want to implement the ability to navigate from this place to our profile screen. So let me show you what that looks like one more time. So if I click on a user here, it will take me over to their profile and display their profile data, right? So if they have any posts, it'll display those. It'll display their full name, their profile image, their bio, and all of that cool stuff. So let's go ahead and go over how to implement that next. So we are going to start off by implementing a navigation link, guys. So what do we want to be that navigation link? Well, we want it to be each one of these individual user cells, right? So everything we have inside of this for loop is like this user cell, right? It's each one of these individual guys right here. And each one of those is populated with user data. So let's go ahead and see if we can do this. We're going to cut all of this with Command X. We're going to create a navigation link. And you guys, we're going to use the value and label option here. So we want this to be a value-based navigation, meaning we're actually clicking on an object here. We're not just clicking on a button and going to a screen. We're clicking on a button that is, or like a view component that is populated with data from like a data model, in this case, a user. So we want the value here to be a user. And then we're going to replace that label code with all of this stuff here, right? So now that we have a navigation link, okay, so we'll fix this in a second. We need to introduce a navigation destination as well, which we'll go over how to do in just a second. Let's go back to this user guy, and we actually need to conform to the hashable protocol as well. And once we do that, everything should be good to go. So this is just a requirement for when you implement value-based navigation. And once again, guys, if you want to learn more about this value-based navigation and new style of navigation that SwiftUI has introduced recently, check out the link in my description. I have an awesome tutorial on that explaining it in detail. So basically now what we get with this new navigation stack setup is this navigation destination modifier. So here, our value is a user. So basically when we use this navigation destination, we're going to say, hey, look for whenever a navigation link has this user type associated with it. So here we're passing in each user. Each one of those users has its own unique identifier and all of that stuff. And this navigation destination is going to recognize that, hey, you clicked on a user. I want you to take me over to this new place. Okay. So let's see, we're going to then initialize our profile view. Awesome. So you guys also noticed that this changed its text color, and that's because navigation links use the default accent color of the app, which in this case is blue. So we just need to go on this H stack here and say .foreground color is .black. And that fixes that. And now you guys will notice that if I click on this, ooh, it takes me right back to my Explore screen. So let's actually like run the app and see if this is working. We haven't done that yet, actually. So let's go to our content view, guys. This is the root view of the application right now. And let's actually just initialize our main tab view. Cool. And let's go ahead and run this and see what this looks like on the actual simulator itself. And let's see if that bug is persisting on the simulator as well. So this is what our app is actually looking like. It looks pretty good so far. So if I go here, I click on Batman. Yeah, so that's weird. And the reason this is actually happening, guys, is because we are going from one navigation stack to another view that's already inside of a navigation stack. So you're not allowed to like nest them together. So if you go to our profile view, you notice that this has a navigation stack as well, right? And because our search view, which is the root view, is going to another view that's inside of a navigation stack, SwiftUI doesn't like that. It doesn't like the nesting of navigation stacks. So what you notice we could do is you can just comment out this navigation stack for now. So comment it out. So this is just the scroll view with all of that stuff, and go back to your search view. And let's resume our preview. You'll notice now that we can click on that guy and everything works as expected. So there's something that we have to do to sort of work around this issue, right? Because there's two ways we can get to user profiles. We can go from our tab view, right? Which is right here. And then we can also go from the search view. So we're going to have one profile view that's embedded in a navigation stack and one that is not, to solve this issue. So this is something that took me a while to figure out, but it's not that bad to fix, right? So basically, when we are going to the main tab view, we want this guy right here, we're going to call it current user profile view, to be inside of a navigation stack. So let's go ahead and fix that. So on your profile guy, just go ahead and create a new view. SwiftUI view, bam, current user profile view. And it's going to be the exact same thing as the profile view, right? So let's just grab all this code, put it in a navigation stack, put all that stuff in there. Cool. Let's see. Oh, we need our grid items as well. So let's make sure this builds successfully. Cool. Okay, so now we have two different profile views. One's inside of a navigation stack, one is not. Okay, so back in our main tab view, we're going to replace this guy with current user profile view. So here, when we access this guy, it will be in a navigation stack, right? But this is only for our current user. Here, when we go to a profile from here, we're already inside of a navigation stack, and we're just going to navigate to the profile view that doesn't already have a navigation stack as a part of it. So we can delete this navigation stack there. We are not going to need this toolbar item anymore, right? Because that's only for our current user profile view. So we can delete this, delete that from the profile view. And that looks pretty good now, right? So go to the main tab view, and let's see if this is working as expected. So we go here and we see everything looking good, right? So that's our profile for the current user. And then if I go here, then it navigates me over to like a profile view that's already inside of a navigation stack. And you guys can see I can go back to my original view there. So that's just a quick little bug fix there, guys. Next up, what I want us to do is make it so that this profile view is populated with user data. So really start to bring the app to life here. So let's make sure that this profile view is initialized with a user, right? And if you guys think about it, the profile view has to be populated with user data, right? So when we add this property here, it's going to force us to pass a user in whenever we want to come to this profile view. So you guys notice we're missing the user argument here. We hit fix, and we can just say user.mockUsers and get like the first item right there. So now let's go through this profile view and actually populate it with user data. Okay, so, but before we do that, however, let's go back to the search view. And now you guys will notice this is where this value-based navigation comes in. Okay, so now this profile view is going to ask me for a user, and I'm going to pass in the user that I get back from this navigation destination modifier. So we're creating a navigation link, and it has a value of a user, right? So each one of these users is considered a value for that navigation link. And then this navigation destination will recognize that we are clicking on the user data type, and it'd say, hey, I'm going to give you back the user that you clicked on in this closure, and then we can create our profile view and pass that user along. The only difference is now we need to actually populate this guy with user data. So here we're going to say user.profileimage URL, default nothing. And we are going to implement like a default image, guys, so where if they don't have a profile view, it shows up with like just that like blank person view. That will come in a little later. Here we're going to say user.fullname. And here, actually we need to use an if-let here. So we're going to say cut if-let full name equals user.fullname, text full name. And you guys might be saying, hey, why don't you just give that a default value? And that's because like if you make this a blank string, like with the default value guy, it'll add space there unnecessarily because it'll be like adding a blank string. So in this case, we're using logic here to only display the full name if it exists on that user. And then here, we're going to say if-let bio. Text bio. Perfect. Okay. So now guys, let's go back to our search view and see if when we click on each one of these individual users, it actually displays their user data. So I click on Batman, boom, that's great. Venom, that's his stuff. Iron Man, that's his stuff. Black Panther, you see there's no full name, but his bio's there. That's great. And Spider-Man. So that is looking really, really good. We just implemented some value-based navigation, and the app is really starting to come to life, right? We can now display this list of mock user data. We can click on users and go to their profile. We solved that little navigation stack bug. And next up, guys, what we're going to do is create some data models for our posts here. And that will... So we are going to hop into this model folder and create a new file, and it's going to be a Swift file, and we are going to call it post. And very similar to what we just did with the users, guys, we're going to build a data structure here that represents what a post is going to look like in the application. So it's going to have like an image, some likes, a caption, a timestamp, and then some user metadata as well, right? Like we need to know who made the post. So let's just go ahead and get started with the code implementation here. So we're going to call this a post, and it's going to conform to the identifiable protocol, the hashable protocol, and the codable protocol. And we conform to identifiable so that we can display these things in a list within SwiftUI. We conform to hashable so that we can make these things navigatable. Like when we want to use navigation destinations, we need to conform to hashable. And codable is going to come a little bit later on when we need to upload information to our server and download information to our server or from our server to create our posts. So let's just go ahead and start off with our ID property. So that's going to solve this issue we're seeing here. The identifiable protocol requires you to implement this ID. Then we need an owner UID, which is a string. We need a caption, which is also a string. We need the number of likes, and that's going to be a variable because that can change. And then we need our image URL. That's a constant because, you can't change the post image. And then we need a timestamp. For now, that's just going to be a date. And then we're going to need a user. And we're going to make this optional, and I'll explain why right now, I guess, and I'll just give you a brief reasoning as to why we make this an optional variable. It's basically because of how we're going to set things up on our backend. Like theoretically, what you should be able to do is require a user to be an initial a property of this post. Like it shouldn't have to be optional, but I found that this is the best way to do it with the backend that we're going to be, or the backend implementation we're going to have, guys. So we'll see why we do this a little bit later on. For now, this is what our post is going to look like. So let's go ahead and just create some mock posts. Okay, so we're going to say extension post static var mock posts, and it's going to be an array of posts. And then you're just going to go here and say .init. And let's go ahead and make sure we add that user option in there as well. So go ahead and just, create a couple mock posts, guys. I'm going to do this off camera real quick just to save some time and come back once I'm done. You should do the same. All right, guys, so these are my mock posts. I think I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, and just fill them in with some mock data. And for the image URL, I'm just using images that I have in my assets folder, and I'm using the mock users that we created to assign a user object to my post. And these all coincide with each other. Like this is the Black Panther user I have in that array, as we can see like right here. So this is just the mock data set that we're going to use to populate our feed. And we can also get some posts showing up here in our profile as well. Let's start with the feed though. So let's go over to our feed view and let's see. We need to go to our feed cell, and then we are going to start filling this in with post information. So let's go ahead and populate this with a post, right? And then our preview down at the bottom is going to start yelling at us. So we need to implement this post, and we can say post.mockPosts and just grab any one of them. So all this information should still look the same. Our preview still, or it's still not going to build because we have to initialize this guy here inside of our feed view with a post now. But you can notice we already have it set up that way. So just delete what's going on in the for each loop right there. And we're going to say post.mockPosts, post in, and then you'll be able to just say post, just like that. So we're now passing this post object into our feed cell. Now all that's required is to start filling out this information with post data. So let's see, this is user info here. And because it's optional, we do have to unwrap it. So we're going to say post.user. And here we're going to say user.profile image URL. Oop, I forgot my equal sign. There we go. And then here, this is just going to be user.username, right? So that should all show up nice and good. Now let's see. Oh, this is optional as well. So we can just provide it with a default value. Sweet. So that looks really good, right? Now for this guy, we're going to say post.image URL. And I literally think it's still the Batman one. Let's put a different post in here to see if it's working as expected, like post number 3. So that's like a Venom post I have. And we can see here that it's actually now displaying like the correct user data associated with that post and the correct post image. So let's just continue on with the likes and the caption as well. So let's see, like post, blah, 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 23 likes. So here we are just going to replace this with post.likes. And then we're going to say likes after that. Cool. And then this is going to be some string interpolation as well. Post.user.username. And we have to give it a default value there. You could also just do an if let, or you could do it this way. It's pretty much the same thing, tomato, tomato, if you know what I mean. And then here we can just say post.caption. So that's my post caption. Cool. And here we are going to implement this functionality later to get like an actual string from when the post was posted, like how long ago it was made. But I think this looks pretty good for now, right? So next up, guys, let's talk about how we want to, or actually before we do that, before we jump back into the profile stuff to really get like the rest of our post stuff figured out, let's go and take a look at our main tab view to see what our feed looks like now, right? So this is looking pretty awesome, right? We see some dynamic data showing up in our feed here now, and that is looking really, really good, guys. So next up, what I want us to do is actually display like user posts that are associated with that user on their profile using that post data model that we just built. So let's go ahead and do that now. So let's hop over into our profile view, guys, and we want to scroll down to this lazy V grid that we have. And we notice here that we're just doing a loop through like a static set or static like range of numbers. And we're just placing this like static image in there. So what we want to do is actually grab the posts that are associated with this user profile, right? So let's go over how to do that really quickly. Ideally, you would want to use a view model for this, and we're going to do that eventually once we are actually working with fetching data from our API. But for now, I can just like use a state property, state var posts, and it's going to be an array of posts. And we need to like compute this somehow. So basically, we just need to look through the mock post that we have and see where the username matches up. So like that's just what we're going to do for now. So we're going to say return post.mockposts.filter, and you can just open up some curly brackets here and say $0.0.user let's see, full name equals user dot full name. Or maybe that's not the best way to do it. Let's do the username because the full name is optional. So let's see if that gives us any problems. Okay, don't make it a state property, just say var posts. And then we can go back down here and loop through our posts. So we can say posts for each post and post in, right? So now you guys notice that we're only getting one post back because Batman only has one post associated with him in our mock posts like data set. And now we're just going to replace this image with post.image URL, right? So that looks really good, right? So that's the post that Batman made. So let's go back to our main tab view now and see if this is working. So let's go to our search page, click on the different user profiles and see if those posts are showing up correctly. So we see that Batman has 1, Black Panther has 1, and Venom has 2. So like if we click on Venom, we need to make sure that we fix our post height there. That is good. Let's check out Iron Man. Okay, so yeah, we need to adjust our post image modifiers a little bit, guys, to make sure that our image fills out correctly. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's hop back into our profile view and take a look at this. So back in our lazy V grid, we notice that we're not really applying like a frame to this image. So like if I go and change my mock user in my preview, like this is like, because there's no defined frame on this image, it's like really just like filling out that stuff. So I think if you said scale to fit, it might just like fit that box. Yeah, still doesn't really work well. And I like scale to fill better. I think the image looks better with the aspect ratio. So all we really need to do is apply a frame to this image, guys, and clip it. So let's go up to the top and we're going to define a dimension. We're going to say private let image dimension CG float equals UI screen dot main dot bounds dot width divided by 3 minus 1. Okay, and let's put some parentheses around this just to make sure the order of operations is correct. And back down here on our grid, we're going to apply that frame to our image. So we're going to say frame width and height, image dimension, because we want it to be a square. And then we're going to say dot clipped. And let's see how that looks. Perfect, right? So that solves our problem there. And we would have to apply the same fix to our current user profile view, guys. But you know, we can see here that we have a lot of like the same exact code that we need for these two views. So let's go ahead and do a quick refactor before we move on to the next section. So first thing we can factor out is this lazy V grid, and then we can factor out this entire header. Because we don't want to have all of this code copy and pasted between these two things. That's really inefficient. It's pretty nasty code. So let's go ahead and just do that now. It's not going to take too long, and it's going to clean our code up really nicely. So let's make a SwiftUI view in our components folder for our post grid view. And let's just go over to our profile view. And let's copy and paste this grid over there. So let's paste that guy in there. We need to get our grid items. So that's something else that we can automatically extract from our profile view. We don't really want this in there. We want it in this like sub view that we're creating. So that's a lot nicer. We also can grab that image dimension out of our profile view. And that looks good. Let's see. Paste that in there. And we're also going to need to pass in some posts here, right? So we need some data for this guy. So we're going to say or we could make it a var in case we ever want to change it. Var post, which is an array of posts. And we are not going to initialize it. This means it's going to be required when we pass it in there. So let's see. Let's fix this in our preview, post.mockPosts, and then back in our profile view, let's replace this guy right here with our post grid view. And we have that property already here, right? And this will later on be replaced with data that's coming from our backend, and we're going to factor all of that out to a view model. It's just nice to have that mock data in here for now. So this is way cleaner, and we can go ahead and put this in our current user profile view as well and just drop that in. Oops, so we want post grid view posts, and we are going to need to pass in those posts as well. Or you know what, we can just say it doesn't matter what this data is, post.mockPosts, right? Or if we want, we could just grab this guy and stick it in here actually, just to keep it consistent. And let's delete these grid items from there as well. Don't need that. And just replace this with posts. And next up, guys, we are going to do our profile header, okay? We need to initialize this with the user as well. And that's going to throw an error in our tab view. So let's go to our tab bar really quickly and fix that, right? We need to pass a user in here, user.mockUsers0. And that should fix that. So that's looking good. And then in this, so we're actually not going to put this header view in the components guy. I'm putting the post grid view in there because you guys later on, if you want to do this yourself, you can add the post grid view in the search page as well. So like that's why I'm listing it as a reusable component, because it can be used in multiple places in the app. What I'm going to do for the profile guy is just create a SwiftUI view in the profile folder and call it profile header view. And we are going to extract all of that header view code here. So it's literally all of this. Let's just cut and paste that. It's this big V stack. So we'll hit Command X, go to our profile header view and paste that in there. And we're going to need to initialize this with a user, and everything else should be good to go. Let's see, user, let's fix our preview, user.mockUsers, and pick any one from that list. So this is looking really good. We're going to fix the logic here later on. To either say like follow or edit profile based on whether or not the user is the current user, but that's going to come later. Let's go back here, and on our header, we're just going to say profile header view and pass in the user and do the same thing inside of our current user profile view. So let's delete that. Profile header view with our user that we get from right there. So let's see, we want this to be user.mockUsers0 inside of our preview. All right, guys, so that's a really, really solid refactor there, right? Like we cleaned this up so much by extracting these components to use them between this sort of guest user profile view and our current user profile view. And once again, the reason we needed that, guys, was because we need one to be inside of a navigation stack, which is this guy right here, and then we want another one not to be inside of a navigation stack. So I think that's just like one way of doing it. There's probably other ways of doing that, but I think that's the easiest way to accomplish solving that problem. So this looks really good now. What we're going to move on to next, guys, is actually uploading a post. So let me show you what that looks like really fast. We are going to tap on this and it's going to launch an image picker. And this is using all of the native SwiftUI photos picker stuff now, which is really nice. And we're going to be able to just select a photo and it's going to bring up this little like upload post view, and we'll be able to share a post. All right, guys, so let's hop over to our upload post folder and let's go ahead and just create this upload post view. So we're going to say upload post view, and what we're going to need is to make this a VStack to start. And we're actually going to do the like a header to be able to either cancel the upload or make the upload. So let's go ahead and make an HStack for that. I think that's how Instagram does it. And then we are going to have another HStack for our post image and caption. So let's make a comments for these post image and caption. And the first HStack is going to be our action toolbar, we'll call it. We're not going to do that with like a navigation toolbar setup. We just don't need a navigation view here. So we can just build that ourselves instead of having to put that inside of a navigation stack unnecessarily. So let's just go ahead and make a button in our HStack for our cancel button. So we can say print cancel upload. Our text is just going to be cancel. And let's copy this. This is going to be to upload our posts. Upload. And then let's go ahead and see what that looks like for now. It's literally just going to be these two buttons. Then we're going to make a like title here for uploading our post. So let's see. Perfect. Then we're going to say text upload post, or we could say new post. Right, so we just need to apply some spacers here. Spacer, spacer. So that's nice and centered. And then we'll give that a horizontal padding. And let's style these now. So we're going to say dot font weight is dot semi bold. So that looks good, right? And then cancel will stay the same. Upload, we want that to be dot font weight dot semi bold as well. Perfect. So that looks really good. And let's just go ahead and add a spacer all the way at the bottom to sort of shove that all the way up to the top. Cool. So now we need our image view. So we can say like image Batman-2 dot resizable dot frame. Let's see. Let's make it like width and height of 100 by 100 or something like that. So yep, that looks pretty good. And then we need our caption guy that's going to go right next to it. So we're going to say text field, title and text, enter your caption. Text, we need that property up at the top. State private var caption. Cool. Let's go ahead and add this axis property here, guys, and we're going to say dot vertical. So this is something that SwiftUI added to text fields pretty recently, I believe. So you can now have text fields that start going on new lines when it runs out of room. Before, the text field would just keep going and start scrolling horizontally, so we would have to make like a custom sort of text field to accomplish this. So to see what I'm talking about, just start typing, and you'll see that the text field automatically starts spanning, like going new lines, which is great, right? So that's really nice. And that is pretty much going to do it for that HStack. Maybe we could add some spacing here of like 8 pixels. And let's add ... to our placeholder. Awesome. So that looks good, guys. Now let's go ahead and get started with how to select our photos, right? So we're going to want to be able to, let me show you one more time. Like if you go to that or select that tab, it automatically is just going to launch that photos picker. So let's go over how to do that now. So up at the top, we need to import Photos UI, right? So SwiftUI added this really awesome modifier to help us access this native photos picker. So what we can do is actually apply a modifier to our VStack that says .photos picker, right? And then we have this is presented option here, which is pretty cool. So we're going to select that one, is presented and selection. So we need to create a state property to keep track of when this thing is not presented. So let's go up to the top and do that. State private var image picker presented equals false. And here we are going to say $ image picker presented, and we'll figure out how to present that in just a second. So now we need to actually pass in like a photo that is going to get loaded into this image view right here. So let's go ahead and make that as well. We're going to say state private var photo item photos picker item and make it optional. And then you're going to go here and say $ photos or photo item. There we go. So how do we want to accomplish launching that photos picker, right? So what we're going to do is just say .on appear image picker presented. .toggle. So that's literally all we need to do, guys, right? You can see it shows up right away. So let's go back to our main tab bar and see this in action, right? So as soon as the view appears, it's going to just toggle that property and it's going to launch the photo picker for us right away. Or maybe not. That's interesting. Maybe it's just a simulator or a preview issue. Let's run the project and see if that's working for us there. Sometimes the preview and the simulator are buggy and things don't work as expected in one or the other. So let's see. That is very strange. Oh, duh, because we are not actually passing in or creating our upload post view. It was just a text that said upload post. So now this should work in the preview as well. Xcode wasn't the problem, it was me. Shocker. So let's just resume our preview. And let's see, click that guy and boom, it launches our photos picker. So then we can select a photo, but you guys notice nothing happens. So how do we fix that? Let's go over how to actually load that image into this guy right here. So we're actually going to use a view model to do this, guys. So you might see some people have all of this logic in the view, but I personally don't like that. And in Apple's documentation, they actually advise that you do this through a view model as well. So let's go ahead and make our first view model of the course. So we're going to go to upload post and just select new file, Swift file, and we're going to call this upload post view model. And we're going to create a couple properties here. So first, let's make our class upload post view model. And say observable object right there. And let's go ahead and make a function called load image from item photos picker item. Okay, and that's going to be optional. And we are going to make this asynchronous and open that up there. And we're going to create a couple published properties here as well. And we need to actually import Photos UI in our view model here. And we're going to say at published var selected image, which is our photos picker item. And we're going to say did set task awaits load image from item. And then we're going to say selected image right there. So this error should go away now. That's interesting. We're importing Photos UI. Oh, we need to import SwiftUI as well. Now all of these errors should disappear. Does not support concurrency. Okay, so I believe we need to put at main actor up at the top. and let's see if that causes this error to go away. No, it does not. So let's see. I know why. We need to put this await function call inside of its own brackets. So now we should be good to go. Cool. So I am going to explain all of this view model stuff in detail for those of you who have no idea what's going on here. Let's just keep going through the code and go over how we're going to implement this back in our upload post view. I will explain main actor, published, task, async, all of that stuff. So if this is all really confusing to you guys, don't worry. We're just going to get the coding done first, and then I will explain it. And I also have some other videos on the channel that are linked in the description that go over this stuff in more detail. So, all right. Really quickly, guys, let's just keep going. So let's go back to our upload post view. And instead of having this photo item here, we're going to implement our view model. So we're going to say at state object var view model equals upload post view model. So basically, the view model is going to be in charge of doing all of our image stuff and getting it back to the view. So here, instead of this $ photo item, we're going to say view model with a $ dot selected image there. Cool. So now all of our errors should be gone, and we can go back and actually fill in this load image function. So now when I select something, I basically want it to load into this guy right here. So that's going to be handled here with some logic. So let's go back here and just get this load image guy working. So we're going to say guard let item equal item else return. Then we're going to say guard let data equal try. Awaits item dot load transferable, and the type is going to be data dot self. And we're going to say else return. So this basically just gets the image data from the photo picker item, right? This is just how you like load images with the native SwiftUI framework, guys. I know it's like a little confusing, but it's just what we have to do in SwiftUI to use their native photo picker and not have to use the custom stuff that we had to do before, which was pretty annoying. This is a lot cleaner. Then we're going to say guard let, so now we need to just build an image or create an image from this guy. So we're going to create one more published property, var profile image, and it's going to be an optional image type. And this is what we're going to use to actually load the user's profile, selected profile image. So now we're going to say self.profile image equals image from, let's see, I believe we have to create a UI image using the data. So let's see, we have to say guard let UI image equal UI image with that data else return, and then self.profile image is equal to the UI image guy. So, all right, what the heck is going on here? This load image function is basically looking at the item we select from the photo picker. It's making sure we have it because it's optional, and it's getting the data from that image, like the actual image data that's used to construct that image. We then have to create a UI image, which comes from like UIKit, using that image data, and then we can create the SwiftUI image guy right here using that UI image that we get from there. I know it's like a lot of hoopla, and that's pretty like a weird process to have to go through. Like I do wish SwiftUI made this easier. I mean, it's only a couple lines of code, but it's just like a lot of like running around in circles to just get an image, which is pretty annoying. It also uses this new async await stuff. If you guys don't know what that is, I have a video linked in the description going over a full like async await tutorial. But basically, it just allows us to avoid using completion handlers, guys. So it's going to say, hey, like this await keyword is meaning like we're going to wait for you to get me this data back so that I can then use it on the next line. Previously, you would have to use completion handlers, and that would get really annoying because you have a bunch of blocks and things aren't happening synchronously. This gives us a way to write asynchronous code in a synchronous way, which is really cool, right? We just get to do things line by line instead of having to work with a bunch of completion blocks. So this is our load image function. So basically what's going to happen is once we select an image from our photos picker, it's going to load this image and it's going to set this profile image property. And this is what we're going to use back in our view. So basically we're going to say here, just go ahead and hit Command X to cut that. If let image equals view model dot profile image, then we're going to say image right there. And let's go ahead and see if this is working. It should launch your preview provider. Don't select this image with the flowers, guys. I think there's like something wrong with that one. Select any of the other ones, and you guys will notice that, hey, it now moves in to that slot right there. So it's only going to be there if we select the image and it exists. So let's just go ahead and fill out some other functionality here before we move forward. And I also realized that I'm a total dingus and made this profile image when it should be like post image. So let's just hit jump to definition and go back to that view model, replace that with post image, not yeah. So that looks good. And we'll make that post image right there. And so that looks good. And you guys will notice that if you select one of these images here, that the aspect ratio of it is pretty off. So let's go ahead and fix that now. So right after resizable and before the frame modifier, you're going to say dot scaled to fill. And then after the frame modifier, you're going to say clipped. So basically, the reason you have to do it in that order is because you say scale to fill and then specify the frame. So you're telling it to fill out this frame, and then you are clipping it from there. So if you don't have this clipped modifier, because it's scaling to fill, it might get like, it might go out of bounds, you see? So you have to clip it to that frame as well. And once we do that, everything looks good, right? So that's looking good. Next up, guys, what I want us to do before we finish up this video, or this section rather, is to go over the cancel button functionality. So let me show you what we want it to look like really fast. If we select an image and we have some stuff typed in here and we hit cancel, we want it to wipe all of that stuff out, clear it out, and take us back to the home tab. So the first thing we're going to do is reset our caption text to a blank string. And then we need to replace the stuff on the view model as well. We're going to say view model dot selected image equals nil and view model dot post image equals nil. So let's go ahead and test this stuff out just to make sure it's clearing everything for us. So we select that. And let's just go ahead and hit cancel, and we notice that everything resets to the original state. So next up, guys, it's a little bit trickier, but it's not too bad. We just need to make sure that we get the selected tab index back to the home feed, right? So basically we want it to, when we cancel, take us back here. So what we need to do is link the selected tab index to this upload post view somehow. So we're going to go back to the main tab view, and we're going to create this selected index property that's going to keep track of the tab index that we are on and give us the ability to control which tab index we have selected. So we're going to say at state private var selected index equals 0. Okay. And then on this tab view, it has an input parameter called selection. And we're going to pass in this selected index property to that, so that we're telling it that, hey, this selected index property is controlling which tab item is selected. So I think I spelled that wrong. Yep. All right. So now what we do is on each individual item, guys, we're going to say dot on appear and open up some brackets and say selected index equals, and then assign it the correct index for where it's at in the tab view. So the home guy is obviously 0, and then the search view is going to be 1. Upload post view is going to be 2. So on and so forth, right? Notifications is 3. And current user profile is 4. So now anytime we modify this selected index, it will manually take us over to that tab index. So we have the index control part down. Now we just need to link it or pass it along to the upload post view so that we can modify that from the upload post view and have it take effect inside of our main tab view. So basically we do that through the use of a binding property. So we're going to say at binding var tab index, which is an int. and that's going to throw an error in our preview. So let's just go ahead and hit fix there. And we can just say .constant and pass in whatever number. Doesn't really matter for the preview here. And then what we're going to do, guys, is inside of our cancel button block, we're going to say tab index equals 0. And if you guys remember, that's what corresponds to our home tab. If you were to say 1, it would take you over to the search tab, but we want to go back to the home tab. So now we need to just pass that along here, selected index. So if you guys are confused on the difference between state and binding properties and how they work, once again, I think I've mentioned this already, but I do have a tutorial and the link is in the description to this video. But basically, the binding property in the upload post view is basically bound to or linked to this selected index property, right? So when we change this guy, because it's a binding property or it's bound to the selected index property in our main tab view, it's going to change it here as well. So changing it in our upload post view will modify this property. When we change this back to 0, we notice that feed view corresponds to the index of 0. There is one more thing we have to do that I really think is annoying, and I think that SwiftUI should handle, but we have to apply this tag property as well. I think it's pretty redundant, and I think that SwiftUI, like I said, should handle that under the hood. But for some reason, they make us do it. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just a little annoying and redundant. So we have to make sure that the tag of each view matches the selection index. And if you don't do this, it won't work. So let's go ahead and test this out now, guys. So from your main tab view, we are going to... Let's resume our preview, make sure it's working. So we have an error somewhere. Oops. Okay. So from your main tab view, let's resume the preview. And you have to do this from the main tab view. If you guys try to just do this in the upload post view, because that's a standalone view, it's not nested in the tab view from there, it won't work. You have to do it from the main tab view, which is how it would work in the real app anyway, right? Okay, looks like preview's being a slum and it's taking too long. So let's just run the app and make sure it's working there. So we go here, it launches our image picker, which is great. We select Spider-Man, we type some stuff in, we hit cancel, and it takes us back over to our home tab. And it also, you know, when we go back there, it relaunches everything and everything is reset nicely for us. So that's going to wrap it up for functionality here, guys. I did promise an explanation on some of this stuff here with like the main actor and the published property. So I'm going to do a quick run through of how this is working. But if it's confusing to you, don't worry. We are going to implement a lot more view models here and do a lot more of this type of stuff with async await and published and main actor. But really, like, just to, you know, keep it short, these published properties notify our view that something has changed, because this is an observable object, right? So our view is observing what's happening on this view model, and these published properties notify our view that something has changed. It triggers a redraw or a reconfiguration of the view with the updated state. So basically, when we set this post image property, we're looking for like that on the view model right here, right? So when this post image guy gets set or gets a new value, the view model notifies the view that, hey, this thing that you're listening for changes for has a new value. You need to redraw the whole view, which is what SwiftUI does. And now it has a value. So now you can, you know, display that image there. And this main actor thing, it's linked to the async await stuff. And that has to do with something called threading. So basically, this is happening on a background thread or underneath the hood, so to speak. And once we want to update our UI again, we have to go back onto the main thread, which is where all the UI updates happen. So we have to use this thing called main actor. So once again, guys, like I said, if that's confusing to you, make sure you just check out the async await tutorial I have in the link to the link is in the description. So you can get a better understanding of how all of that stuff works with background threads and main threads and async await and throwing errors and published properties and all of that good stuff. Not going to do a super deep dive into that here because I want to just stay focused on the task of building this app. So next up, we are going to get started with implementing our backend, and we're going to start signing up users and all that good stuff so that we can create different accounts and start uploading posts and liking posts and all of that fun stuff. So get excited for that, guys. We will see you there. So to get this started, guys, we're going to go over to console.firebase.google.com. And this is where we're going to be setting up our Firebase server. So once you log in with a Google account and you're on the console page, just go to add project. I'm sure many of you have done this before. And I'm going to call this Instagram SwiftUI. And we are going to hit continue. We don't need analytics. We can just go ahead and create the project. And once this is done doing its thing, we are going to import the Swift package into our Xcode project as well. So basically the need for that is so that we can use all of Firebase's code to help us communicate with their backend system. I'll explain more about that in a little bit. Let's hit continue, and this is our Firebase project. So let's just go ahead, and in this main menu here, we're going to add Firebase to our iOS app. So we need our bundle ID. So really quickly, let's just go back to our Xcode project, select the project name all the way up at the top, and in the bundle identifier, go next to that and hit the arrow, and just go and copy this really quickly and paste it directly in there. I do recommend copy and pasting it just to avoid any spelling errors. If you get that bundle ID name wrong, it does really sort of make your life annoying. So let's go and register our app. And let's just go through this setup process. We need to download this Google service-info.plist file. So really quickly, what we're going to want to do is, in your downloads folder, guys, we need to just drop this into our Xcode project, but there's something I like to do, or a way I like to do this. So go to your downloads folder, and you should see that guy right here. You notice that it has a -2. If you don't have the -2, you're good to go. But basically, this means I have another Google Service Info plist somewhere in my downloads folder. So you can't just drop it directly into your project yet because it has that -2 in it. It's not allowed to have that. So what I like to do is create a new Finder window. And we're going to drop this into our project. So just navigate to your project, desktop, programming, Instagram tutorial, and just drag and drop that guy in there. Or you could copy and paste it, doesn't matter. And make sure you delete the -number if that's there. And then just go ahead and drag and drop it into your project. And make sure you select copy items if needed and hit finish. So this Google service-info guy is going to contain all of the information that we need to securely communicate with our Firebase server, our API key, our bundle ID, and all of that stuff. So once we have that done, now we need to implement our Swift package. So just go ahead and copy this line of code right here. We're going to go to Xcode, go to File, hit Add Packages, and you can just paste that in there. And we're going to select Firebase iOS SDK. And I'm sure many of you have used the Swift Package Manager before, but this is basically just a way of getting third-party code into our Xcode project. The alternative to this before was CocoaPods, and Swift Package Manager is a much better alternative to that because we can continue to use our Xcode project file. We don't have to have a pod file or anything like that. It's all done natively within Xcode now. So while this is doing its thing, let's just go back to this and hit next. And this is some stuff we're going to have to do once we get that Swift Package Manager stuff done. So once again, guys, this is just injecting a bunch of code that Firebase has written that's available for us to use so we can communicate with their API. So let's go over the package products that we need. We need Firebase Auth. We need Firebase Firestore, Firebase Firestore Swift, and let's see, Firebase Storage as well. And I think that should be it, right? So Firebase Storage is for uploading images. Firebase Firestore is our database. Firebase Auth is our user authentication. So let's go ahead and hit Add Package. And it's going to download all of the Firebase packages into our project now. So we just need to wait for that to do its thing. And once that's done, we can go ahead and get this set up in our app file. So go up to your app folder there, guys, and there's a couple things we need to grab here. So let's just go ahead and grab all of this code. So import Firebase core and this app delegate guy, and just paste it there, just like that. So then we need to just copy and paste one more thing, get this application delegate adapter guy, and set that up inside of your app body. So let's see, we should have Firebase core. Yeah, that error goes away. Okay, so now we just go ahead and hit next and continue to console, and we have successfully added Firebase to our app. It's that simple, guys. So now we're ready to go ahead and start implementing some things we need, like authentication and setting up our database so that we can actually start using this stuff. So in the left side menu over here, go to build and go to authentication. So this is how we set up our user authentication. Just click on get started. And we are just going to configure email and password authentication now. Users are going to be signing up with an email and a password, and that's good to go. And one more thing, let's set up our database. Actually, we're going to do two more things while we're at it. Create database. I like to just start in test mode. This just allows you to upload information with like as easily as possible. We're just testing right now. Production mode is a bit more secure. It requires that users are authenticated before they can upload information. But we're just going to start in test mode. So then hit enable once you select your location. The default location should be good to go. And this is going to set up our database for us. So this is where all of our data is going to live. So everything about our users, our posts, our likes, everything like that is going to go inside of this database. So a lot of people get confused on what the difference between the authentication stuff and the database stuff is. Well, this is for just creating a user, the authentication, that is. So this is going to help us create users, and the database is going to help us store all of that user information, like their username, their full name, their email, all of that stuff. The authentication component of it is, like I said, literally just to create a user account. So just because we create a user account does not mean that we have stored information about that user in our database, like their username or their full name and stuff like that. So the last thing we need to set up, guys, is our storage, and this is going to be for images. So a lot of people think, hey, we just set up a database. Isn't that where our images go? And the answer is no. Because image files are so large, you actually don't want to upload images directly to your database. You want to upload them to a separate storage bucket where all of the image files exist. And what we're going to put in the database is what's known as an image URL. It just serves as a pointer to the location of that image inside of our storage bucket. So let's go ahead and hit get started. Once again, just start in test mode. And let's hit done. So once we do this, our Firebase project or our Firebase server is fully ready to go with user authentication capability, database storage, and image storage capability as well. So that's everything we need for this project. So we'll just let that do its thing. What I want us to do next, guys, okay, so storage is good to go. What I want us to do next is talk about how we're going to set up our authentication components within our code now. So first thing I want to do, guys, is go up to our authentication folder, and I just want to clean this up a little bit. So let's go ahead and make a new group here, and we're going to call this view. And I don't know why my caps lock keeps turning on. It's kind of annoying. There we go. And let's just go ahead and highlight all of these views and throw them in this view folder. So they should go in one by one. That looks good. And we are going to go ahead and make another folder here called service. And we are going to create a file here called auth service. And I'll talk about what this is going to be responsible for in just a second. Let's just go ahead and create it. Cool. So what is our auth service going to do, guys? Well, this is going to contain all of the functions that are related to authenticating our user and communicating with our API to do that. So let's go ahead and create a class, and it's going to be called auth service. And we're going to have a couple functions here. We're going to have a function called login with email, string, password, which is also a string, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So we're going to have async throws right there. And then we're going to have another function, guys, to create a user. So we're going to say func create user, email, string, password, which is also a string, and a username, which is also a string. And once again, that's async throws. So we are going to be using async await completely throughout this tutorial, guys. I am super over all of the previous stuff with completion blocks and completion handlers and everything. It was super annoying, and I think async await functionality is a much better alternative to the way things were before. And I will give you a pretty decent breakdown of how all this stuff works. But once again, there is a link in the description to this course for a more in-depth tutorial on this. And what's really nice is Firebase also now supports the async await functionality. So we're going to have one more function, or sorry, two more. One called load user data, and you guess it, async throws. Another one for sign out, and that one can just be regular. So these are the four functions that our auth service is going to contain. It's going to help us log in, create a user, fetch and load that user's data from the database, and also sign our user out. So we also need some published properties up at the top, guys. So this auth service is going to be responsible for establishing what we're going to call a user session. So this is going to be, we need to, import Firebase auth up at the top. Firebase auth.user. So we're going to use this user session to determine if we have a user logged in or not. So basically the functionality that we're going to want here, guys, is every time the user opens up the app, if they have logged in and they have an account, we want to take them to the main interface of the application. If they've signed out or don't currently have an account or have deleted the app from their phone, we want to route them to the login and sign up portion of the application. So we're going to need to do some view routing or presentation logic, as I like to call it sometimes, to figure out where the app needs to take the user. And we're going to base all of that on this user session property. So when we initialize this auth service, we are going to say, self.user session equals auth.auth.current user. So this is code that we get from Firebase, okay, this auth.auth.current user. And basically it's going to perform some sort of check to see if we have a user logged in to our application. So as soon as we launch this thing, that's what's going to happen. And we're also going to create a shared instance of this, and I'll explain more about how this works in a little bit. But what I want us to do now, guys, is actually go ahead and implement this auth service in the right place so that we can help our app figure out where it needs to go. So, when I launch my app, let's say I launch Instagram tutorial, obviously I don't have a user that I've logged in or created yet, right? My app has no user, so I want it to take me to my login sign up flow. So let's see if we can accomplish that. So we are going to go to our content view, okay? So this is the root view of our application. If you were to go back to our app folder, app file, it's launching the content view here. So what we're going to do is create a content view model. But first, what I want us to do is actually drop this content view into our root folder. And let's create two more folders here. One for view and one for view model. And we're going to drop content view into view. And then we are going to create a view model here called content view model. Okay, so what is the content view model going to have? So it's going to be a class. We're going to say content view model, and it's going to be an observable object. And we're going to create an instance of our service. So we're going to private let service equal auth service dot shared. And I will explain this dot shared guy in just a little bit, guys. Then we're going to have a published variable. Oops. And we need to import Firebase up at the top. And this is going to be of that same type, Firebase app, Firebase auth dot user. And we're going to have a init function, guys, and I want us to create another function called setup subscribers. So basically what we need to do is listen for when that user session property on our auth service gets set, right? So we need to look at the auth service, and because we made this a published property, we're going to be able to listen for changes on that back in our content view model. And this is all going to really come together in a second. This is sort of the complicated part of this, guys. Once we implement the logic in our content view, I think it's going to make a lot more sense. Just stick with me for now. We're going to use some combine here. So we're going to say service.userSession.sync and receive value. So unfortunately, we do have to use some completion blocks here. Can't really get around that with using combine. And I will also explain why we're using this sort of architecture in a little bit as well. So then we're going to want to say self. We can call this user session. Self.userSession equals user session. And then we're going to go here and say setup subscribers. Cool. And we also need to create a cancelable set. So we're going to say private var cancelables equals set any cancelable. And let's just go ahead and import combine up at the top, guys. And then we need to say dot store in cancelables. Okay, so let's go over how we're going to use this now back in our content view. So we're going to replace main tab view with a group, okay? And what we need to do is say at state object var view model equals content view model. Okay, and now this is where we're going to use that user session. We're going to say if users or view model dot user session equals nil, then that means we don't have a logged in user and we want to show the login view. Else we want to show our main tab view, right? So this is sort of where it comes together, guys. And let me just go through and do an explanation of that whole thing. But before we do that, I want to launch the app and just make sure that this is working. So because this user session is going to be nil, we should notice that it routes us to the login view and will then force the user to either log in with an existing account or create an account. Okay, so explanation time while we wait for this to load. So we can see that it routes us to the login view, but I actually have a diagram that I worked up here to help us get a visual representation of what's going on here, guys. So we start off with the auth service, okay? This is sort of step one, and it initializes a user session. Now, it could be nil or it could have a value. So that auth service is linked to our content view model here. Like our content view model is subscribed to this auth service and the published properties that are part of it. So let's see what that looks like in the code. So if we go back to auth service, we see that we have a published property, which is our user session. When we initialize this auth service, it sets that user session property. And once again, it's published. So we notice that our content view model is subscribed to that auth service and that published property, and it receives the user session using combine. So let's take a look at what that step looks like. So in our content view model, we have this setup subscriber functions, and it listens to changes on the user session. And this .sync function pretty much just gives us the new value that we get back. And we are able to then set our user session property here that's coming back from the auth service. And this is also a published property. So we have like multiple publishers going on here. But if we go back to the diagram, our content view is connected to our content view model, and it's listening to or observing changes on our content view model. So when the content view model receives that user session through this state object with our content view model here, it's then going to say, hey, if it's nil, take us to the login view. If not, take us to the tab view. So let's see what that looks like. So present view based on user session. If it's nil, it goes to login view. If it's not, it goes to the tab view. So we start with the auth service. The auth service and the content view model are connected. That relationship is very similar between the content view and the content view model. So this is giving this data. This receives updates from this and then presents our view accordingly, which is how we ultimately end up here. Now, if that user session had a value, it would go through this same flow, but it would present the main tab view. So that's just a quick breakdown of how that works, guys. I know it seems like a lot, but this architecture and why we do it this way is going to become very apparent in the next section, where we are going to go through our registration flow. And we're also going to talk about why we have this shared instance there, and that's going to make a lot more sense once we do that. So don't worry, guys, if this is still a little confusing. I have another awesome diagram set up to help give you a visual representation of how this stuff works. That always helps me a lot. I'm a very visual person, and things can get very convoluted if all you're doing is looking at lines of code on a screen, right? It's very helpful to see a breakdown of the components and what each thing is responsible for and how different things are talking to each other, and then how that translates into the code. So in the next section, we're going to be getting started with signing our user up, guys. So get excited for that. We'll see you there. So first thing we're going to do is hop into our authentication folder and create another folder here, guys. And we're going to call this view model. And I'm going to just reorganize this a little bit. We should have view model, then service. So this view model, we're going to start this off by creating a Swift file and call this registration view model. So let's take a look at another diagram really quickly to see what this thing is going to be responsible for. So we are going to set it up this way. So this registration view model is going to be connected to each one of these individual views, right? So we have this email view, username view, password view, and then the complete sign up view, right? So we're going through a flow here, and we need information from each individual screen. So we need some sort of component that holds on to all of that data, right? So when I go from email to username, I need to keep track of or remember what the email was. And I don't want to have to pass that along to this screen and then pass the email and the username to the password screen to ultimately get all of the data here. We're going to use this registration view model to keep and store all of that information, right? So we can see here that the registration view model contains all the properties needed for sign up that get set throughout the registration flow. So that's how we're going to set that up. And then ultimately, once we get to this complete sign up guy, we're going to be connected to the auth service, and we're going to use that same shared instance. I'll go over that later on. And we're going to call the create user function. And we need to pass that all of the information that we get from these these three views. So that's sort of how we're setting this up. And we'll come back to the auth service component in a little bit, right? Or actually, we could just go over it now. Basically, once we sign up, we need to set that user session property, right? So if we remember, inside of our auth service, we have this user session property. So when we create our user, we're ultimately going to end up setting this property with a user session. Like when you sign up a user, it creates a user session or a user account, right? And we're going to do the same thing when we log in. So this is where the shared instance comes in. Because the content view model is listening for changes on that, right? It's looking at that service. We need to make sure that we're using the same instance of the service. So for example, if I created a completely separate service inside of my registration view model, I would have two auth services that exist. The registration guy would set a user session on the instance B, but the content view model is only listening to instance A. So I need them to share that same instance of the auth service so that when the user session gets set from one place, the necessary effects take effect when the user session gets populated, right? Mainly in the content view model, because when I sign up my user, I want the content view model to get that user session guy from this subscriber and then ultimately route me to the main tab view as soon as I sign my user up. So we'll see that live in action in just a little bit, guys. Let's go ahead and start getting our registration view model set up and see how we're going to implement all this stuff. I just wanted to give you an overview of how this stuff is going to work before we get started. So we're going to create a class called registration view model, and it's an observable object, okay? And we're going to have a bunch of published properties here. Username, blank string, and let's just copy and paste this a couple times. We need email and password. So this might be a little bit different than what you're used to seeing, right? So like back in all of, like, why do we have these published guys here? Well, that's because this is how we're going to keep track of everything inside of our view model, like what the user types in as their email, their username, and password. So now what we're going to do is go over how we're going to link those things to each individual view. So we are going to go to add email view. And something else I should have mentioned is we're going to set this up as an environment object, guys. Environment object var view model, which is our registration view model. So basically, what that means is we want each one of these guys to have an instance of our registration view model. And because we don't want to pass it from here to here to here to here, like anytime you end up passing a view along down, like a long chain of child views or views within a flow, you don't want to keep passing the same instance along. You just want to use the environment object that SwiftUI gives us, which basically allows us to utilize that view model in all of the views without having to pass it along from view to view, which is really nice. All we have to do is this. So now, instead of having a state property for our email here, we're going to use the publish property we just set up on the view model. So now we don't need this anymore, okay? So now whatever the user types into that email field is going to update this property on our view model. And ultimately, what we want from this view model is a function that's going to create our user with an email. Oh, we actually don't need to make those input parameters because we have them all here now. And then we are going to call authService.shared.createUser with email, password, and username. Okay, so that's how we're going to set this up here. So let's just go ahead and replace the other two. I think we need to make this async throws, and we need to say try await authService.createUser. Right, and you guys notice here we're using that same shared instance, right? So it's all getting routed through a singular instance of our auth service. And once again, we'll come back to that in a little bit. So let's see. Now we need to do the same thing for username and password. So in our create username view, we want to delete this, create an instance of our environment object. Environment object var view model, registration view model. Let me copy this because we're going to use it in the password guy as well. And instead of $username, we're going to connect it to the property we have on the view model there. So that's great. Same thing in password. Once again, just drop the environment object in there and say viewModel.password and delete this guy. Okay, so now in our complete signup view, we once again need our view model right here. And this button is where we're going to call our function. We're going to say viewModel.createUser. And this needs to be wrapped inside of a task. So just cut that, say task, try await, viewModel.createUser. And that should be good to go, guys. So let's go ahead and just test this out now. So back in our view model, let's go back to that auth service actually. And this function is blank right now. So let's just see if we can print email is email and print the password and the username as well. Just to make sure we're getting these values from this function before we actually do the Firebase stuff. Okay. And if you were to run the code right now, it's going to crash And that's because we never initialized this registration view model. So we need to figure out where we want to do that, right? So the environment object works very similar to the static shared instance stuff that we were talking about, right? All of these views are going to utilize the same instance of this view model. And that way we're not creating multiple instances of it or passing it from place to place, but we do need to initialize it one time. So for example, our service initialized here, and then that's the only instance of the auth service that's going to get used. Everything is then routed through the shared instance like that. If you guys notice, if I try to go to my registration view, it's going to crash, right? And it's going to say a view.environment object for registration view model is not there basically. So what we want to do is inside of our login view, I think we can create it here. We're going to say @state object var registration view model equals registration view model. And then when we create our email view, guys, let's see. We're going to say .environment object registration view model. So I think that should be good. Let's run it and try it out. If not, we might have to initialize it in our content view, but I think this will work. So we go here. Okay, yeah, so that's as I feared. It's not recognizing it in the create username view now. So I think what we have to do is inside of our content view right here, we're going to say @state object var registration view model equals registration view model. And then on the login view itself, we're going to say .environment object registration view model. And let's go back to our login view and remove this instance and remove this instance. So now the environment object is set on this login view, and every child view after that is going to have that environment object available to it. So all of those subsequent views. So let's go ahead and run this again and make sure that's working now. So this should give you guys some good insight as to how environment objects work and why they're useful. So we go here, let's type in an email, say test@gmail.com, hit next. Okay, so that's working. Username, we can just say test. Password, we'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Qs. That's what I always do for these. And then let's see if this works now. So when we hit complete sign up, we notice that those are the exact values that we typed in, guys. So that's looking really, really good. The next step is to simply call, or actually, sorry, implement the functionality to sign up our user. So let's go ahead and see what we need to do there. So let's just go ahead and delete this stuff. And we're going to start this off with a do and catch block. So I'll explain this in a second. Let's just go up into this do block and say, let result equal try await auth.auth.current user, or sorry, .create user with email and password. So you guys noted that this Firebase code now supports the async await functionality. Really quickly, how you would have to do this before, just to show you guys who don't really understand what I'm talking about with completion blocks, you would have to say like auth.auth.create user, and you would have this option with a completion handler. So you would pass in email and password all the same, but then you have to work with this really annoying block. So you would hit enter on that, and then this would give you back a result or some sort of result and potential error, right? And now you have to work with this asynchronous block inside of your code. So what the async await stuff allows us to do is do this same thing, but it removes this block entirely, right? So it's just going to await the response from this and store that in this result property. And any of the errors we can handle in the catch block. All of the successful stuff we handle in the do block. So this is way more cleaner. This is a lot cleaner and a lot more efficient in my opinion than the old stuff. So that's why we're using async await here. And I'm really happy Firebase now supports that. But here's where the magic happens, guys. We're now going to say self.user_session equals result.user. And if for some reason this fails, we can say print debug failed to register user with error, and then we can just print out the error. And a lot of you might be like, yo, where the heck is this error coming from? We automatically get access to that because we're inside of a catch block. So this is just sort of how the new async await stuff works with Swift. And like I said, I think it's super cool, but I know I've said that a million times, so I'll stop. But yeah, so let's talk about what's going to happen with this user session. So once again, guys, because we're routing all of this through this shared instance, anything that is using this auth service is going through this shared instance. So we're only initializing one copy of it, right? So when that user session gets set from this function, even though my content view model knows nothing about that, right? Nothing about the registration stuff that's happening. It is listening for changes on that user session through this setup subscribers function. So that user session is getting set from our registration call. And that way it's going to publish this property. And then as soon as our user gets registered, it's going to redraw this view and say, oh, hey, guess what? Now I have a user session, so I'm going to show you the main tab view. So let's go ahead and do a test run and see if we can just create a test user really quick and see if it reroutes us to our main tab view after hitting complete sign up. And also really quickly before we do that, I want to replace this right here. So let's go to our complete sign up view. And now instead of just saying welcome to Instagram and this, static username or hard-coded username, we can say view model dot username, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we'll test that out and see if it works once we get through the entire flow. So let's go ahead and run this, guys, and see if it all comes together. And then I will do one more breakdown just to make sure that we really cement all of this stuff, right? Because the reason I chose to do this way, guys, is because it's something different and it gives you a much deeper level of understanding of how architecture works in SwiftUI, right? Like I could have done it to where this was all just in one big form, the way we typically do things. But this is just like an added bonus of this course. One, this is how Instagram does things. But two, this really teaches you higher level architecture skills with SwiftUI. And it's coming to you straight from me for free because I'm the boy, dude. What can I say? But anyway, let's go ahead and just say test@gmail.com. Next, username is test. And next, password 1234556. Next, and then you can see now it says welcome to Instagram test, and that's because we're looking at the view model username there, guys. And then if we say complete sign up, we'll notice it does this thing for a little bit, and look at that, bro. Damn, I'm good. First try off the bat. Let's go. It takes us right back to our main feed view, and now we are actually logged in as a user, right? So if we go and bring up our Firebase code or console, and you go to the authentication section, you guys will notice that we now have a test user logged in there. So there are a couple other things we have to do. Like this really showcases the difference between authentication and storing user data. So like there's nothing in our database yet, right? This user account exists, but we didn't actually store any information about them. So like if I went to my profile view and I were to try to fetch that user information, there would be nothing there, right? Like I don't know what his full name is or his username is and all of that stuff. So there's a lot more work we have to do, guys. We still have to set up this edit profile feature so that the user can update their data, like update their profile picture, their bio, their full name, and all of that stuff. The only things we have right now are email, password, and username. And then I also want to implement some form validation, and then we also have to implement some sign out functionality as well. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So like one, this is loading real user data. And then here, we're going to be able to log out and just go directly back to our login page and then sign up a bunch of different users. We also are going to have some form validation that we introduce. You notice here in the completed app that this button is not clickable because the user needs to enter a valid email address before they can move forward. So we're going to be doing all of that stuff really quickly. Let's go ahead and go back to our diagram and just give this one more breakdown for, just to really get you guys to understand this stuff. So the registration view model, once again, contains all properties needed for sign up. and it stores them all here, right? So the email comes from here, the username from here, the password from here, and then we call everything in the complete signup view with that create user function. We're using the same instance of the auth service, which is where that static shared instance guy comes in, so that the content view can update accordingly and route us to the correct view when that user session property gets set. So that's just another quick breakdown. You guys will notice a little error here, and we can fix that in the next video. It's super simple, and we'll take care of that in the next the next section. And then we're just going to keep going with the rest of the app, guys. So get excited. We'll see you there. So to start this section off, guys, the first thing I want to take care of is this issue we have here. It gives you like a purple error message, and it says publishing changes from the background thread is not allowed. Make sure to publish values from the main thread. So basically what's happening is there's something happening on a background thread here, right? So this user session, we're getting it from a background thread somehow, and we want to get it back onto the main thread. And to do that, we can just go and add main actor up at the top of this class. And basically, guys, just a quick background on background and main threads is you want the main thread to be kept very clean and very open, because that's where the UI updates are handled. So everything that SwiftUI is doing to build your UI and all of these interactions, like the scrolling that you see, that's all happening on the main thread. So things that happen on background threads are things like API calls or very computational heavy processes or tasks. So those are happening on background threads, and when you want to update the UI again, you have to transition back onto the main thread, and that's what this main actor is going to help us do. So that's going to solve that error, and we'll see that this goes away once we go back through that flow. The next thing I want us to do, guys, is implement some sign out functionality. So what we're going to do is just click on this button and have it sign us out so that we can, one, test to see if our login is working, and then we're going to go over creating some other users so that we can have some actual accounts on the app, and then we also need to go over how to upload user information to the database. So let's start with sign out. So let's see, back inside of our current user profile view, we have this navigation toolbar item, which is right here. And in this button, we're just going to call authService.shared.signout. So when we click that, it's just going to sign us out, and we need to implement this function here. So if we go back to our auth service, we notice that we have this sign out function, and let's go over what we want it to do. So we need to have it do a couple things. We need to say try auth.auth.signout and just add a question mark there. So it's going to try to sign our user out, and if it does, we're going to say self.userSession equals nil. So there's two things happening here. This guy is going to sign us out on the back end. So it's going to sign us out on the Firebase servers. But just because that happens doesn't mean that anything is going to happen within our app. This user session property is basically the central point of how our app navigates from either the main tab interface or the login interface. So just because we sign out on the back end doesn't mean we're signing out or doing anything on the front end of the application. So we need to wipe this user session out, or AKA set it to nil, so that that change triggers that sort of flow to update, and it will, let's see, go back to our content view model. It will wipe this guy out to nil, and then that will translate back into our content view where it says, hey, viewModel.userSession is now nil, so I want you to show me the login view. That's how we're going to accomplish the sign out. So let's go ahead and run the app, make sure that's good to go, and then we're going to implement our login functionality and then get back to the registration stuff. So we just want to make sure that we can actually log a user in with the account that we've created. So we go here, we hit this, and we notice that it signs us out. Now to test to see if this is working, guys, I want us to run the app again, okay? So what should happen here is we should be signed out, and it should take us to the login page, which we see that it does. So that's looking really good. Now, let's go back to our auth service and implement this login function. So this is actually going to be pretty easy. We can copy and paste most of this code. It's going to be more or less the same. Instead of create user, we are going to say sign in with email and password. And this is going to give us back a result the same way this does. And then we're going to get the user property from that result and set this user session guy. And then that entire flow is just going to happen all over again. And it'll take us back to the main interface of the app. So let's see. This is going to be failed to log in with error. And that will give us that error. So we can actually try to log in with some invalid accounts just to see what kind of error messages we get back as well. So let's go ahead and run this now. Wait, I don't think we're calling this function anywhere. Yeah, we're definitely not. So in order for this to actually work, we need to be able to call this function from somewhere. So what I want us to do, guys, is go and create another view model. It's going to be a login view model. And let's see, it's going to be class login view model, observable objects. We're going to have a published var for email, published var for password, and then we're going to create a function called sign in async throws, and then we're going to call auth service.shared.sign or login, I think it is, yeah, email and password. Cool. So that's all this guy is going to be responsible for. So let's go ahead and drop it into our login view. So we're going to say at state object var, what's it called? View model equals login view model. And down here where we have our login button, let's see, where is that guy? Login, login, login. Right here. Now we can call viewModel.sign-in, and we need to wrap that up in a task. So we need to say task try await viewModel.sign-in. And then we also need to update these text properties, guys. So we're going to say viewModel.email and viewModel.password. Now you don't have to do this, but because we're doing that on the registration view model, and it does make it easier in one sense, because now in the login view model, we don't have to have input parameters here, right? We can just grab these two guys right there. And then we don't need these state properties in our login view. So let's go ahead and delete those. So all we need is the view model. And then we were getting an error here. So we just need to say try await auth service.shared.login. So now we should be good to go. Let's go ahead and run this. And I'm not going to go too deep into the explanation there, guys, because this is largely the same exact process as signing a user up. It's actually even easier because all we need is the email and password. We just created a separate view model, linked it to our login view, and this is the only function that we need from it. So let's see, we're going to say test@gmail.com, and let's only do like 4 queues, okay? And let's hit login. And you guys will notice that we get a print statement down at the bottom. It says failed to log in with error. The password is invalid, or the user does not have a password. So you guys could play around with some different things, like if you enter, right, so there's no user corresponding to this identifier, right, because that email is wrong. But now that we've tested out the errors, let's just go ahead and see if we can log in. And that looks really good, right? So it takes us right back to our main feed. But we notice we get this same error. And guys, I think we don't actually need to place the main actor on the content view model because there's nothing asynchronous happening here. I think what we need to do is go and place it on the auth service. So let's just go ahead and log in and create user functions. Let's add that. And we could try to add it here, but I think it might start yelling at us because we have like a shared instance here. So let's just put it on these individual functions instead of the entire class. So let's run our code again and just go through and test out and see if that works. It is good that the login stuff is working. We just need to make sure that we are correctly publishing things from the right threads because our app would get unhappy if we're not. Okay, so let's just try to log in as our test account again. Log in. Okay. Perfect. So we're not getting that error anymore. That is great. That means we solved our problem. Okay, so guys, now we can log in and sign out as users, which is great. Let's get back to what we need to do to actually upload user information to the database and then fetch that information from our database and display it in our user profile. So inside of our auth service, guys, we are going to hop back into this create user function. And this is where we're going to upload our user data. So I think I'm just going to create like a helper function here. It's going to be private because we don't need it to be accessed anywhere outside of this file. And we're going to say func upload user data. And it's going to just be asynchronous. I typically don't use throws when we're uploading data because that rarely ever goes wrong. And you typically just don't ever really end up handling the errors from that. So you can just use async. Let's see if we can make that work. And we are going to need something in this function as an input parameter. So we're going to need the user ID that we get from this result. So let's just go ahead and create an input parameter there. And basically what we're going to do here is just say await self.upload user data with result.user.uid. And I don't know if we need to say self. We shouldn't. We should just be able to say await upload user data. So this is where we're going to upload our information about the user to Firebase. So we just need to create this user. So let's create the object here. And all we need is ID, username, and email. Okay. So the ID is going to be the UID. We actually are going to need the username and the email as well. Email. So let's see, username, email, and we get these from up here, and that looks good. And then we're going to do something called encode this user, guys. So we are going to need to go up here and say import Firebase Firestore Swift. And then we're going to say let encoded user equal firestore.encoder.encode user. And then we can now upload this user. Maybe it needs to be Firestore like that. Let's see if that works. Oh, he's being mean to me, man. Let's just import Firebase and see if that works. Okay, so let's fix that. There we go. I was right the first time. It just wasn't recognizing it. Okay, so that error should go away. Okay, and we need to actually add a try with a question mark here and say guard let else return. So basically encoding this user, you have to try it to do it. And that makes this result optional. So that's why we have to use a guard statement here, guys, because this encoding could potentially fail. And what the heck is encoding, right? So let me just go back to this user guy. And if you remember, we conform to this codable protocol. So basically, you can't just create this object and try to upload it to Firebase. You have to use this encoder to actually transform this into like a data dictionary. So it's going to be something that we can work with to actually upload to Firebase. We'll see how we use it now in just a second. So now we're going to say try await firestore.collection users.document user.id .set data. And we want this to be async throws. Okay. So let's see. We're going to set our encoded user. So I believe that we actually do have to do that unless we just mark that with a question mark. Yeah, then it goes away. So that makes the try optional. Okay, guys, so that's how we upload our user data. So we're going to see what the heck this means once it actually gets uploaded. But basically, this is just where the data is going to go in Firebase. It's going to start a user's collection. A user ID is going to be the document. Then it's going to set all of the user data there. Okay, So now that we've done that, let's go ahead and register another user and see if that works. So let's go ahead and run our code. But let me add a print statement here. Say print debug did upload user data. And we'll add another one here, or right here actually. Print debug did create user. So the reason I'm adding these print statements, guys, is I just want to show you guys how exactly this is going to work throughout this process. So this is one asynchronous call that's going to create our user on the back end with the authentication service. Then we set our user session, then we're going to get this print statement. And then this guy is going to call and it's going to upload our user data. And after that's done, then we're going to get that did upload user data print statement. So let's run this and go through and just create another test user. And once we can verify it's working with the test user, we'll create some actual users for the application, like the Batmans and the Supermans and all that fun stuff. So let's log out, sign up, test2@gmail.com. Oops. Next. Test2, next. Password next, and then complete sign up. So let's pay attention. So you see did create user pop up first, and then did upload user data pops up second. So that's great. And we do have to do this after we create the user, guys, because we need that user's ID to upload their data to the database. Now let's just go ahead and refresh our Firestore database to make sure that the user information was successfully uploaded. Okay, so we see a user's collection, and then we see the user ID, and then we see their email, their ID, and their username. So that is looking absolutely awesome, guys. Now we've authenticated the user, and we are storing the user data in the database, right? So that's ultimately how one person can view multiple people's data, right? That all exist in this centralized location of the database. All of the users in your app exist here so that one user can fetch information about multiple users and eventually be able to see all their posts and stuff. So the server or the database is where all users upload information to a centralized location, and then all users from the app download information from that centralized location to ultimately get this social media application that we're building here, which is really cool. So next up, now that we verified this is working, we're going to register some actual users on the application. I'll probably just do that off camera so that we can save some time, guys. So you should go ahead and do the same. Just register like maybe 5-6 users that you're actually going to use in the app. And then we're going to go over how to implement this edit profile function or functionality to get more information in there about the user, like their profile image and stuff like that. So we'll see you guys there. All right, guys, so I went ahead and created about 5 users on my app. So I have Iron Man, Venom, Spider-Man, Black Panther, and Batman. So what I'm going to do is just actually go ahead and delete this test account. So hit delete document there on that test account. If you guys want to keep it there, you're more than welcome. And then in the authentication section, I'm going to go ahead and delete these 2 test accounts as well, just so I don't crowd the app up with unnecessary accounts, because that gets pretty annoying. Okay, so there is a bug that I noticed, guys, and you guys probably noticed it as well, and we're gonna go over how to fix that before we get to the next step. So if you sign out and go and then try to sign another user up, you notice that the registration view model is holding on to all of that previous data, right? We don't want it to do that. So what we want to do is just go inside of this class, and under create user, we're in that function, we're just going to reset all of these properties. So I'm going to say username equals blank, email equals nil, and password equals nil, or not nil, but empty strings. So this just resets all of my values here so that it's not hanging on to previous things, because that could get pretty messy. You don't want users to be able to create duplicate accounts and stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and log in as Batman, and we're going to talk about the next step for our app here, guys. So let me log in. So the next step is actually fetching the user information that just logged in from our database, and then just being able to load their information like in their current profile here. And then we're going to get into like the edit profile stuff and the search view, where we fetch all of the users and actually be able to click on them to go to their profile and all that. So First, let's fetch the current user data. So we're going to go back to our auth service to do that. Okay, so remember we have this function called load user data. So that's where we're going to be handling this. So let's go over how exactly we're going to accomplish that. So basically, what we need to do is go to our database, and what we're going to have access to is the current user identifier that we're logged in as. So for example, I'm going to be able to get access to Batman's current user ID here. So I'm going to be able to go into this users collection, find my current user ID, and then fetch this data that is relative to my current user. So let's go over how we're going to do that. So we are going to say guard let current UID equal auth.auth.currentUser.uid else return. So thankfully, Firebase gives us a way of fetching that current user identifier, which is extremely helpful for what we need to do here. Then what I want us to do now is say let snapshot equal try await firestore.firestore.collection users.document current UID.get document. And you guys notice this returns a document snapshot, and it's an async throws function, which is why we're doing try await. And then we store that snapshot in this property right here. So really quickly, guys, this is just how you get to the data that you need, right? That gets us to the users collection, that gets us to the correct document that we need, and then we get the document, and it fetches the information from Firebase and returns it back to us in this snapshot property. So I'm just going to add a print statement here really quickly. Snapshot data is snapshot.document, or I think we can just say .data. So that's going to give us back the data that we get back in like a dictionary format, so we can see if we're successfully fetching our currently logged in users information. So when do we want to call this function, right? Well, we're going to want to call that when we initialize this service. So as soon as we initialize the service, we try to set the user session, and then we're going to go ahead and see if we can fetch the user that we're logged in as. So I'm going to say task try await load user data. And what we can do, guys, is actually just move this into our load user data function. And instead of saying all this, we could actually just say self.usersession.uid. Right? And then I think we need to just add a question mark. So that's just another way of doing it. It's pretty much the same thing, because you notice we're using this auth.auth.currentUser, and this is a little bit cleaner, a little bit less code, so it's a little nicer. But anyway, let's go ahead, and now that we have this here, see if we can get that data back. And let's go ahead and just delete these print statements here, because we don't need those anymore. So what I'm expecting is I'm logged in as Batman. I'm expecting to see his information show up in my console. And because this auth service gets initialized by our content view model, right? This function gets called right away when that initializes. So you guys notice that we're beautifully getting back Batman's information here, right? That's our ID, that's Batman's email, and that's his username. So we're successfully fetching the user's information there. So now what we need to do is map that data into our data object of our user. So this is where all of this is going to come together with the data modeling that we did. Okay, so if you guys remember, this is what our user object looks like. And here we're just creating a bunch of static users, right? But what we can actually do, because we're conforming to this codable protocol, is take this raw data and just try to create a user from that. And it's going to be like, oh, hey, I have the ID, I have the email, and I have the username, right? Everything else is optional. So it has these three properties that it needs to turn it into that data object. So that's how we're going to successfully map that raw data that we're getting from Firebase into our user object, which is really cool. So let's see if we can do that. Back in our auth service, we want to say let user equal, and I think it's going to be snapshot.data as user.self. Okay. And now what we're going to do is create another publish property up here. So that's I spelled publish wrong. And that needs to be try. And I think we need to make this a guard, or nope. Let's just actually say self.currentUser equals try snapshot.data as user.self. So this is just how you decode the data, guys. So that is the inverse operation of encoding, where here we're building the object and then we're encoding it into this sort of format here, right? And then we pass this information up to Firebase. This is the reverse operation where we get this data back and then we want to decode it into our user object. So those are just sort of inverse operations of each other, because now being able to have that data object is going to make our lives a lot easier, as we'll, as we saw with like this list of users here, and being able to like wrap all of those properties about a user into a data object so that we can display them a lot easier with like user.fullname, user.bio, and all of that stuff. So that's the beauty of data modeling and object-oriented programming. So, okay, let's see how we're going to use this user guy now, right? So we're publishing it from the service, and then we want it to go somewhere else, right? And ultimately what we want to do is get it into this profile. So let's figure out how we're going to do that. So in our tab bar guy, right, we're going to need to get that user somehow so that we can pass it along into here instead of using our mock user. So let's see if we can figure that out. So basically, guys, what I'm going to do is require that we initialize this tab view with a user. So we're going to say let user, and that's going to be a user there. And this is going to throw some errors in a couple places, right? So here we can just use mock data because it's just a preview. So we can say user.mockUsers 0, right? But now what we're going to do is take this user that we have here that's a part of our tab view now and pass it along to our current user profile view. Okay, so now we're going to have an error in one more place, and that's going to be where we have our tab view initialized, right? So here we need to be able to get the user. And lucky for us, this we have our content view model here, which is listening to our auth service, right? So if we go back to, where is that? Our content view model. Just go back here. In this setup subscribers guy, let's just go ahead and copy and paste this. We're going to listen to that current user property as well to listen for when we get that. And then we're going to have another published property. And then we're going to say self.user equals, or sorry, self.current user is equal to the current user. So we're doing this exact same thing that we're doing with the user session, but we're just doing that with our user object right now. And I will explain the difference between like why we're using one or both of these things and not just one, right? So now back in our content view, guys, we are going to go back to our content view. Where are you? I think it's in root. Yeah, that's where it is. So content view. Now here we can say else if let current user equals view model dot current user. Then we're going to pass in our current user to the main tab view, right? So just sort of passing that along. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and see if this is working. We've done all the data modeling stuff, right? Like we're getting all of the user's information successfully populated in our user profile. This is not just static data. So when we go to our current user profile, we should see some stuff about Batman. Or actually, let's see. We only have the username. So let's replace one of these with user.username just so we can see that showing up. Let's just add it to the VStack in profile header view. Let's see. Text user.username. And this is just for testing purposes, guys, before we do all the edit profile stuff. So let's go ahead and run the app and see if this works. Moment of truth. Let's see. So we go here and we don't have a profile view, but we do see Batman's username showing up. So we are successfully fetching our currently logged in users data from Firebase and displaying it inside of our profile, which is awesome. Let's go ahead and see what happens if we log out and log in as someone else. So I'm going to log in as Iron Man and hit login. And you guys will notice that if I go here, it still says I'm logged in as Batman, right? Which is not good. And we have another one of these errors. Okay, so we need to add a main actor inside of our auth service in another place. So let's go back there. And this needs to have main actor as well in our load user data function. So that error goes away. But we notice that when we log in, we want to trigger that user fetch again, right? So let's see, when we log in, we want to say try await load user data. So after we log in, just say try await load user data, and then do the same thing for, we don't need to do that here actually. When we create our user, we already have the user set up, right? So we can go here and say self.currentUser equals user, right? Because that would be an unnecessary fetch. We're already creating the user once we sign them up. So we can just set that guy right there and that's good to go. Okay, so that's looking really good, guys. Let's go ahead and run this again and make sure that that bug is no longer there before we move on to our edit profile stuff and actually updating our user data with their full name and their profile image. And then finally, we're gonna get to all the fun stuff with the posts. So, okay, perfect. His posts are displaying. That's really good. Iron Man is right there as well. That's great. Let's log back in as Batman and go back to our current user profile. And there we go. That's good to go. So that bug is good to go, guys. Really quickly, why that was happening was because we were only calling this load user data when we initialize the auth service. So when we log out and log back in, it doesn't reinitialize this thing. It's hanging on to it. So you want to trigger this function anytime you log someone in, right? And if there is no logged in user, this won't even run, this won't even run because this guard statement would hit and it would fail and return right there because there is no currently logged in user. And the last thing we're going to want to do before we move on to the next feature is in our sign out function, we're also going to want to wipe out the current user. So we could say self.currentUser equals nil as well, just so we make sure that we're not hanging on to any data about the previously logged in user. And I just want to make a quick note, guys, that if you were to relaunch the app after the logout, everything would be fine. This is only going to happen if you log out and then try to log back in the same app session. So anytime you would relaunch the app, this auth service would reinitialize and load the user data. So that bug is only going to happen if you log out and log back in while you're still running the same app session. I think that's important to understand there. But next up, guys, we are going to be working on fetching all of the users in our app and displaying them in this list right here. And then we're going to move on to the edit profile stuff and setting up the user's profile image and the rest of their profile data. So we'll see you there. So let's hop into our search view here, guys, and take a look at what we have going on. So we notice that we're populating this list with our mock users array. So basically what we want to do is reach out to our Firebase server and get all of the user data that we have in our application. So we want to fetch this entire list of users and display it in this list here. So let's go over what we need to do that. So in our services folder, I'm going to hit Command N to create a new file, and I'm going to create a file called user service. And you guys might be wondering why I'm putting this here and not making a service folder like we did up in the authentication folder. And this is because this is going to be more of a generic service. So it's not just unique to our authentication. This user service could be used in multiple places in the application, whereas the authentication service stuff is going to be unique to our authentication folder. So this is more of a global list of services or global service file folder. So let's just make a struct here called user service. And we are going to make a function to fetch all users. And it's going to be async throws, and we are going to return an array of users. So this is another cool feature with the async throwing stuff, guys. We can return stuff asynchronously instead of having to do so with completion handlers. So what we're going to do now is just go over how to get all of this user data back from Firebase, and then how to call this function and where to call it and all of that good stuff. So all we need to do is say, first off, we need to import Firebase. So we're going to say firestore.firestore.collection users, and then we just need to say .get documents. And this is going to return a snapshot. So what we need to do is say let snapshot equal try await firestore.firestore.collection users.get documents. So what this is going to do, guys, just to make this clear, and let me make this a little bigger for you guys to see. It's just going to go to this users collection and get us all of these documents, and each one of these documents will return its own data set, just like we see here. So we did this individually for Batman, or the currently logged in user, but we drilled down one step further where we went and found the currently logged in user's ID. In this case, we're just getting back all of these documents. So let's go ahead and just add some print statements here to see what we're getting back, and then see where we're going to implement this fetch all users function. So I'm going to say let documents equal snapshot.documents. And then we can say for doc in documents, we could just say print doc.data. So this is just going to print out each of our documents data so we can see what we're working with here. Now, let's go back up to our search view, guys, and I want us to create two folders up here, one for view and one for view model. And we're going to create a search view model here. Let's just clean that up. Put our search view inside of the view folder. And then we're going to create a search view model right here. And this is where we're going to utilize that user service function we just created. And let's see. So we're going to say class search view model, which is an observable object. We want a published var of users, which is going to be a users array. And then we're going to have a function called fetch all users. And then we need to call that function on our user service. So we could say user service dot fetch all users, right? And we would want to say here, let users equal try await user service dot fetch all users. And then this would need to be async throws as well. And then on initialization, we would say task try await fetch all users, just like that. So this starts to come like pretty second nature once you just do it over and over again, guys. And we're going to be getting even more practice with it when we work with our posts and stuff like that. So you guys notice here that we have to initialize this user service with this constructor here. We don't really need to do that. We can make this a static function. And what that static function does is allow us to call this function without initializing our user service. So we don't want to have to initialize it every single time we want to call a function on it. So that's where we could go back here and say static func fetch all users. And we need to return a user array. So let's just go ahead and make that really quickly. And then we could say return users. So right now this isn't going to return anything. This array is blank. I just want us to see our print statement here and verify that we're actually getting information back. And eventually we're going to map all this data into an array of users and display it in this list here, but not right now. So now let's go over how we need to implement our search view model. So you should be seeing a pretty common pattern here, guys, of like how to utilize a service within a view model and how the view model ultimately updates the view. So right now we have our view model. Our view model is calling some function on a service, and you notice we can delete that now. And then ultimately we're going to set this users variable, which is a published variable, and it's going to update our view. So we are going to replace this with search viewModel.users in just a second. What we want to do here is say at state object var viewModel equals search viewModel. And this is initializing it, so that because we're initializing it there, it's going to trigger this function call. Okay, so let's just go ahead and run this now, guys, and see what we get back in our console before we ultimately move on to mapping that data into our user object array and displaying it in our list, which is going to be really simple because we already did, all of that stuff. We're just getting data in a different way now. So that's sort of why I like to do that mock data stuff, guys, because then it makes working with your API a lot easier. And then, it's easier to test with mock data and stuff like that as well. So we go here and check that out, guys. We're getting back each and every one of our users' data. So, we're getting Venom, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Black Panther, and Batman. So that's literally all the users in our application. Now we just need to go over how to actually turn that data into a user object. So we actually already did that inside of our auth service, right? Where we have this load user data function. And we could see here that we just decoded it, right? But this was a single object. So what we need to do now is go over how to convert that or, work with an array of objects that we're getting back. So it's actually pretty similar and it's not that hard. Let's just go over how to do it. So here, the newbie way of doing this, or the non-Swifty way, I would say, would be like let user equal try, or we could say guard let doc.data as user.self, and then we could say users.append. We need to say else return here. And then we would say, users.append user. And this would work just fine. But there is a much cleaner way of doing this. Non-void function should return a value. Okay, so we need to say just return. Here you could actually just say return users. And that should fix that. So basically this is saying, hey, if we can't turn this into a user, we're just going to go ahead and return what we currently have with the users array. There could be data in there, there might not be. That's just, but we're not going to keep this code much longer. I'm just, showing you guys how to do this in one way. So this would work for now. So let's go back to our search view model, and then we could actually just say self.users equals try await user service.fetch all users. And then we could go here and say for each view model dot users. And that's literally all we need to do, right? So the profile image URL is not going to show up. The username will show up, but the full name won't show up because the username is the only thing we have. Okay. So let's just go ahead and actually make this like image with a system name of like person.circle, and then give it like a foreground color of .gray or something, guys, just as like a default profile image. We'll clean that up in a little bit. I just want to see if we're actually getting all of our users loaded into the application here. And then I'm going to show you like a cleaner implementation of how to do that user fetching stuff in terms of like mapping into our data model. Okay, so this is great, right? We're getting all of our users back, and then I can still click on them, and guess what? It goes over to Venom's profile. This goes to Spider-Man's profile. So all of that stuff is already done for us, right? We do need to also change this button here to say follow instead of edit profile. We only want that on the current user profile. We're going to clean that up as well. But this is looking really good so far, guys. We do have an error. Let's see. Right. So we need to go back to this user service guy, And let's add main actor to this function, just like that. Okay, now that we're back here, let's go over a cleaner way of doing this. So we can totally eliminate the need for this for loop and eliminate the need for this users array. So we can already see that this is getting much cleaner. So let's go ahead and just say return. We can literally accomplish this in one line of code. Return snapshot dot documents dot compact map. And here's the shorthand notation for this, guys. We're going to say try 0.data as user.self. So this is considered like the Swifty way of doing things. It's a lot more concise and uses like this higher order compact map function with Swift. So basically it's just looking at all of the documents and then it's applying this mapping function to each document and turning the data of each document, that's what this $0 represents, into a user. So Swift has this awesome shorthand notation where you can use like the $0 to represent what each element in that array would look like. In this case, it's a document. And each one of those documents has that data property and we can construct a user from that. So that is a super, super clean way of doing it. Let's go ahead and just see if our code still works after we cleaned it up. And then we'll get into the rest of our stuff here. Ooh, this is still not being nice to me. So maybe we need to apply main actor here. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. So this is just returning an array of users. So this isn't actually updating our main thread, right? This function just returns an array of users. This function is actually publishing a property. So this needs to have the main actor applied to it. So let's run that again just to make sure it's good to go. And then we are going to get into our edit profile stuff. So we can actually give the users some actual data. So that's looking really, really good, guys. That error is no longer there. So now what I want us to do is go back over to our profile view and start configuring our edit profile functionality. Let me just show you guys what that's going to look like to refresh your memory. Log in as Batman. And let's see. This is what our edit profile screen is going to look like. We can edit our name and our bio and our profile picture as well. And that information will all save to the database so that, you know, it persists in the application. And then the user can also come back and edit that at any time. And ultimately, that's how we're going to get all of this information about each one of these users to display. So that's what we're going to be doing next, guys. We'll see you there. All right, guys, so before we get started with the edit profile view, I do want to take care of this issue that we're seeing where every user's profile displays the edit profile button, right? So first off, we're going to implement the logic for whether or not we want to display that edit profile button, and then we will implement the actual follow button itself. So what I want us to start off with is going to our user model, okay? And we're going to have a computed property here to determine if the user is the current user. So we're going to say var is current user. And we're going to need to import Firebase for this. And this is going to be a Boolean. We're going to say guard let current UID equal auth.auth.current_user.uid else return false. And then we're going to say return current UID equals the ID. So basically all this is saying is, hey, let's look at the currently logged in user's ID. If there isn't one, obviously we just return false. So then we look at this ID property, which is the ID of the user. And then we say if the current user ID is equal to that ID, then we know that this is the current user that we're logged in as. So now we're going to be able to use this property to determine whether or not we want to show this edit profile button. And this comes in handy in a bunch of other places in the app when you start to add features. So this is nice to have, and it's nice to have it on the model. So you can say just user.isCurrentUser, right? So now let's go back to our profile header view. So profile header view right here. And let's take a look at where we have this edit profile button, right? So basically what we're going to do here is say user.isCurrentUser, yes, edit profile, no, follow, right? And then what we can also do is say, first of all, let's see if this works. So let's just run the app. And I think we need to run the app here just to, actually, no, it would work in the preview as well. But let's just run the app to see it actually loading data and stuff. So if we go here and I click on Iron Man, it says follow, right? But then if I click on Batman, it says edit profile. So I'm logged in as Batman, as we can see here. And then if I go to any other user's page, it says follow. And also what we want to do is be able to change the background color here as well, and the foreground color as well. So we can say .background user.isCurrentUser, yes. It's going to be .white, no, .system or color.systemBlue. And then here we're going to say the foreground color is user.isCurrentUser, yes, .black, no, .white. So let's run this one more time. Oh, and I think we don't want to stroke if it's the follow button. So we'll say user.isCurrentUser, yes. I didn't paste anything. We're going to say .gray, no, .clear. So for those of you who don't know, this is called a ternary operator, and it basically just gives us a way of implementing some simple logic in one line of code. So this, whatever comes after this question mark, is what is means this is like meets that condition that we're specifying. So we have to specify some condition. This is a Boolean property. So if the user.isCurrentUser is true, then it's going to be white. If it's not, that's the failure case for what comes after the colon, then we make it that. So let's just go ahead and look at this one more time so we can break this logic down a little bit more. And then the last thing we would need to do is implement a different action handler based on whether or not it's edit profile or follow. So we go here, follow, and that looks really good, right? Actually, we need to modify the corner radius as well. So we can say .corner radius of 6. And we notice that the tint color is white because it's not the current user, right? So, the foreground color, right? This is our failure case, it's white. If I go back here, it's black. And then we also have that border right there as well. So let's just run this one more time to make sure our corner radius is looking good on that follow button as well. And then we're going to get started with implementing our edit profile flow or screen. So we go here, and that looks really nice, right? So now let's check out our current user profile. That looks good as well. And now let's go to our user profile from the Explore screen. So if we click on Batman from here, we notice that it also says edit profile. So that's looking really good. Last thing, guys, let's implement our action handler. So we want to say if user.isCurrentUser, print show edit profile, else print follow user. Okay. So let's run this and see if we get back the correct print statement, and then we will go over actually implementing this show edit profile functionality and implementing our edit profile view. So we go here, go to Iron Man. We notice that it says follow user. If I go here, you notice that it says show edit profile. So that's looking really good, guys. Now let's get into actually implementing this edit profile view and functionality. Okay, guys, so basically what we want to happen is when we click this edit profile view, we want a full screen cover to launch and present our edit profile screen. So let's go ahead and just make a property for this here. So we can do this on our profile header view. So we could just say @state private var show edit profile equals false. And then right here in this print statement, if the user is the current user, we just want to hit show edit profile dot toggle. And then on this button, right, we want to say, or we can say on the whole view rather, we can say dot full screen cover is presented edit profile or show edit profile rather. And then content is just going to be, right now we can say text edit profile view. So we can probably do all of this from the preview. Let's see if it's working in the preview. We've been continuously running the app, and that is probably unnecessary. And especially now, since we're making API calls, you want to limit the amount of app runs you do for testing, because you're constantly going to be fetching data from your API. The preview is still just using our mock data, which is perfectly fine. But we do see that it's going to be hard to determine if we're the current user or not, right? Because we have no current user ID. So unfortunately, I do think for this, we have to continue to run the app. It's not a big deal. The API calls are pretty lightweight. We could implement some functionality to make this work within our preview, but that's going to be more work than it is to do this. So we notice that we get our edit profile view showing up here, which is really nice. Now let's just go ahead and start creating this view, guys. So I'm going to open this back up in the completed app just so we can have a reference to the UI, and then we're going to start creating this edit profile view here in our preview. So under profile, go ahead and create a SwiftUI view, and we're going to call this edit profile view. And the first thing we're going to do is make this custom toolbar up at the top. So it's going to allow us to cancel or hit done to like update our users' data. So let's go ahead and just make a VStack for this to start. And this is going to be toolbar, hstack. Then we're going to have edit profile pic. Then we're going to have edit profile info, right? So that'll be like our name and bio stuff. So this is going to be pretty simple. Button, cancel. And this is going to be our action. So this is another option of creating a button. We don't need to apply any sort of modification to this text, so we can just make a standard button there. We are going to need an environment variable for our dismissal. So let's go ahead and create that. And here we're just going to say dismiss. And then we're going to have a spacer, text, edit profile, dot font, dot subheadline, dot font weight, dot semi-bold, another spacer to get this done button set up. And here we are going to need to create the button with the action and the label. Print update profile info. And the label is going to be text done dot font. We can just copy and paste this stuff right here, guys. And let's go ahead and hit resume on our preview to see what this looks like. Oh, I believe we were actually going to make that bold. Yeah. Cool. Okay, well, let's wait for that to load. Shouldn't take too long. This is a pretty simple view so far. Then we need to implement this edit profile stuff and our photos picker stuff as well. So here we are going to say dot padding, and let's just put yeah, I think that looks good. And we actually want a divider here as well, guys. So let's wrap this whole H stack inside of a V stack and put a divider right there. Perfect. That looks great. All right. So now, how do we want to set up this edit profile picture, right? So what we're going to do is create another photos picker. And so basically anytime the user taps on this, we want it to launch our photos picker, right? So we need to go up to the top and say import photos UI, and we need to create a state variable, private var selected image photos picker item. And we are going to move all this to a view model in just a little bit. I'm just doing this for now to get this done. So now we're going to say photos picker selection $ selected image. And now let's see. Our view, we're just going to want this like circular profile image view. So we can say image person dot frame, or sorry, let's say dot resizable dot frame width and height of 80 by 80. Oop, we need to say system name. And we're obviously going to be replacing this with the user's profile image in just a little bit. This is just like a placeholder image for now. So let's wait to see if that shows up. So that looks good. Dot foreground color, dot gray, dot background, dot gray. So actually let's make the foreground color white. Cool. And then we're going to say dot clip shape is a circle. So this is just like a placeholder image for now, guys. And what we're going to do is actually create a class in a little bit. So let me see. I don't really like this. I want the frame on the circle to be 80 by 80. So let's fix that. And that's not being nice to me. It's no big deal. We'll fix that later. This looks really ugly for now, but we'll deal with it. Then we actually want to make this a VStack and put this edit profile picture text right there. So we're going to say text edit profile picture dot font dot footnote dot font weight dot semibold. And let's wait for that to do its thing and load so we can make sure it's good. Okay, that looks good. Or at least the text does. The image looks terrible. But we notice that we can launch our image picker from here. It's not going to do anything just yet. We're going to extract all that logic to a view model in a little bit, just like we did with our upload post stuff. We're going to be able to just copy and paste a lot of the functionality over, so it's not going to take anywhere near as long. Now let's see. Let's make this, let's give this some padding, dot vertical of 8. So that looks good. And let's add another divider here. So within our VStack, let's see if we can just add another divider. Yep, that looks good. Cool. Next up, guys, we need to create these row views here with the information for our user. So I'm just going to copy and paste this code, guys. I'm going to let you pause the video and type it out. I don't want to spend too much more time building out UI components. It's just taking up a lot of time, and I think you guys get how to do this stuff at this point. So we're just going to make this struct called edit profile row view, and it's going to have a title, a placeholder, and a binding var for your text. So basically this is the title, name, and bio. And this is a text field that the user is going to be able to type their information into. Okay, so now we're just going to go ahead and create 2 of these edit profile row views within a VStack. So, oops, accidentally clicked out of our view there. So just like I said, go ahead and pause the video, guys, and type this out. Or if you have access to the source code, if you're a subscriber, you can just go ahead and grab it from there. So let's go ahead now and say VStack edit profile row view, title is name, placeholder is enter or yeah, enter your name. And text, we need to create that up at the top. So we're going to say at state private var full name equals this, at state private var bio equals blank string as well. So go back down here and say full name. And we can just copy and paste this. Bio, enter your bio. Text is $bio. Cool. So that's pretty much it, guys. Now we just need to apply a spacer to move all of this up to the top. And let's see how that comes out looking. Very nice. Actually, I don't think we want that padding on the top there. So let's just go here and say dot horizontal and see how that comes out looking. Yeah, I think that looks better. Okay, so now this is like the foundation of our edit profile view. Next up, what I want us to do, guys, is get the functionality to actually click into this photos picker and have that image display right here. So let's go ahead and get that done. And then we're going to go over how to upload this new information to our database and then ultimately have that display in our user's profile on their profile page and in the search view and all of that stuff. So let's go ahead and create an edit profile view model so that we can handle all of our image selection stuff there. And then ultimately we're going to handle our updating our user information there with our backend as well. So I think we need to make some groups here. So let's say view model and view in our profile folder. Let's go ahead and shove all of this stuff in the view folder. Cool. And then in our view model folder, we are going to create a Swift file, and it's going to be called edit profile view model. Okay, so we already have all of the code we need for this photos picker stuff, guys. So let's just create this view model really quickly and then go and grab that. So let's see, upload post view model. And we're literally going to just grab all this stuff right here and make this class at main actor. Okay. And this is going to be called profile image instead of post image. It's the only difference. There might be a way of refactoring this, but I don't think it's terrible to have this code in two places. You could create like some generic view model for picking photos, but we're just going to have it in these two places for now, just to save time. So let's go ahead and import photos UI. And while we're at it, let's import Firebase as well. We're going to need to have some code in here to update our users' information. And let's see, we need to import SwiftUI as well. And I don't think we need foundation, so we can delete that. Okay, so all those errors go away. Let's go up to our edit profile view and implement this as a state object. Edit profile view model, just like that. And guys, we're going to put these three properties in our view model as well. We already have the selected image, so we don't need that. We're going to put our full name and bio in there as well. So let's go ahead and just go back here and drop those in there and replace state with published. And let's go back to our edit profile view and just resolve all of these errors. So here we're going to say view model.selected image, and here we're going to say view model.full name and view model.bio. So I think everything should be good to go there. Oh, it's private. We need to remove those private modifiers, guys, from the view model. Okay, so that should all be good to go now. And then in our edit profile view, we need to replace this code, or we need to add some logic here, right? So basically what we want to say is if we have a view an image on the view model, that's what we want to show. If not, we want to show this placeholder image. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's just cut this code right for now. We're going to say if let image equals view model dot profile image. Then we're going to say image, and we can say else here. And then here, let's just copy and paste that modifier. Excuse me. Okay, so now let's just go ahead here, select an image, and we can see that it uploads into our profile image right there. And like I said, guys, we're gonna make a custom class to sort of handle all of this stuff so that if the user has a profile image, it will display their profile image. If not, it will display a placeholder image, but that's going to come a little bit later. And it's going to make the app look a lot nicer when we don't have profile images in here. So now let's go over what we need to do to actually update our users' information. And then we're going to go over how to actually upload our user's image to Firebase, right? Because ultimately, that's what we have to do in order to view other users' profile images. The same way we need to be able to upload their information, like their name and their bio, so that I can see other users' information. We need to do that with images as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And then that's going to lay the foundation for what we need to do to upload post images as well, which we're going to do after we do this. So get excited for that, guys. We'll see you there. So the first thing we're going to get into is how to update the user's name and bio, and then we are going to move on to the profile picture. That is a little bit more intricate and intensive. So these two should be pretty easy. So let's go ahead and knock those out first. So back in our edit profile view model, guys, we are going to have a function called update user data, and it's going to be async throws. Okay. And the next thing we want to do is actually initialize this edit profile view model with a user, okay? And that's because we need to know some things about the user in order for us to successfully perform these update options. So, you know, it's not uncommon to initialize a view model with a data object. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that's going to look like. We're going to say published var user, which is a user. And then we are going to initialize this with a user. Okay, and then we're going to just say self.user equals user. Okay, cool. So this will become more clear as we go through this update user data function, and as we need to do other things with our edit profile view model and overall profile and edit profile view stuff. Okay. So just stick with me for now and trust me. So in this update user data function, basically what we need to update profile image if changed and update name if changed, update bio if changed. So how do we determine if these things have been changed or not, right? And the reason we want to do this is because it's more efficient to only update these values or properties if they have been changed. If every time the user hits done, I make an API call or try to upload information to my database when it hasn't been changed, that is going to be very inefficient, and we don't want that, right? So we can do some simple logic to safeguard against that. So the name, it's going to be pretty easy, right? We can just say if full name dot is empty and user dot full name is not equal to full name. Then this is how we know it's been changed. So I believe this is going to throw an error because it's optional. Let's see, try to build your code. And let's see if this gives us any problems. So full name is a blank string. Okay, yeah, build failed. Let's see where we're going wrong. Okay, so we just need to pass in a user to this edit profile view model. So let me show you guys how to do this, right? So this is actually going to require us to do a couple things. So we need to make sure we initialize this edit profile view with a user, because we have to get the user from somewhere to create our edit profile view model. So we're going to go here and say init with a user, and then we are not going to initialize this view model just yet. Sorry guys, this is like a bit of a side tangent, but it's something that we have to do to clear up these errors. And I'll give you a full breakdown of this once we get through with it. So now we're going to say self, and you have to say dot underscore view model equals state object with a wrapped value of edit profile view model, and then we can pass in the user there. So this is going to throw one more error because we need to initialize this edit profile view with the user now. So if you try to build your code one more time, we are going to get that error in our preview. So here we can just use our mock data, user.mockUsers 0. Try to build again. And the next error should come up in our profile view or profile header, wherever it is. Oh, build succeeded. That's interesting. Edit profile view, we initialize it with the user. Let's see, where is our profile header? View, okay. And, oh, that's why. We're not actually launching this edit profile view. Okay, so down here where we have full screen cover, let's go ahead and solve that now. So we're gonna say edit profile view, and we have the user here already, so we can just pass that along. So that's not bad, right? So we have that user right there. We can pass it along to our edit profile view. Our edit profile view takes that user right here, and then it initializes our view model, and now we can have access to that user in our view model. And we'll go over why it's published a little bit later. For now, let's just keep going with this. So let's try to build our code one more time and make sure that we're good to go here, guys. Okay, build succeeded. So perfect. So this is how we know if we need to update our user's full name. And it's going to be the same for bio, right? So let's just go ahead and do this. If bio isn't empty, that's what this negation operation means. And user bio is not equal to the bio that we have up at the top, right? So that's why we put these two properties on the view model, right? Because we need to know things about them here. And that's also why we put the user on this view model, because this is how we need to compare those two things, right? So let's just go ahead here and say print debug update full name. And we can do the same for the bio. And now let's just go over where we want to implement this update user data function. So back in our edit profile view, we have this guy right here. We're going to say task try await view model dot update user data. And let's go ahead and run our code, guys, so that we can make sure that we're successfully launching the profile view and our view model stuff is all good to go, and that we're actually calling this function here. So let's go to our current profile. And if we hit done right now, we notice that we don't get any print statements back, right? But if I type in, oops, my simulator has been really weird, and it's like not letting me type stuff in. So let me just type that here. And if I hit done now, it says update full name as Stefan. But if I delete all that and try to do it again, it's going to say, hey, yep, let's not update anything, right? So let's go back there and go over how exactly we're going to update that information. So we're going to need to make an API call, okay? So what I want us to do, guys, is say, first off, user.fullname equals full name. And then here we're going to say user.bio equals bio. And then we're going to go down here, and this is where we can re-encode our user and then just update the user data. Or actually, let's do it a little differently. Let's create a data dictionary, and we can just update the fields on the user object if necessary. So we're going to say var data equals a string and any dictionary. Then we're going to go here and say data full name equals full name. Data bio equals bio. And then here we're going to say if data dot is empty, right? So basically this is just making sure that the data has actually been populated with things before we try to update that data dictionary in Firebase. We're going to say try await firestore.firestore.collection users.document user.id .update data async throws, and then we're going to pass that data in. So we're not doing any encoding here, guys. We're just creating a data dictionary. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's just a key value store. So it has a key and an associated value. So it looks pretty much exactly like this, right? This is considered a dictionary where email would be the key and the value for that key is Batman. ID is a key and that's the value. Username is a key and Batman is the value. So we're just creating that data dictionary here and updating our information in Firestore with that. So let's go ahead and actually test this out now. Okay, so let's run our code again. I'm going to update Batman's information with his full name and bio, and then we're going to be able to see if that information displays on his profile. So I go here, edit profile, and then I'm going to say full name is Bruce Wayne, bio is Gotham's Dark Knight. And let's hit done. And let's go check our database and check that out, guys. So we notice that we now have a full name and a bio for Batman. And let's just exit out of this. And it's not going to update any information unless we do a refresh. So let's just relaunch the app and see if that information is showing up there live. So now we can see our information showing up there for Batman. And if we go here, we can also see Batman's full name showing up right there as well. So that's looking really good. Let's go ahead and remove this ugly username guide that we have there in our profile header view. So let's see, let's just remove that. We don't need it anymore. And next up, what I want us to do is go over how we're going to upload the user's profile image to Firebase storage and ultimately end up displaying that in our application. All right, guys, so let's just do a quick overview of what it's going to require to upload an image to Firebase. So if you guys remember, we set up this storage bucket here earlier. And the reason we did this is because we can't upload images directly to our database. Like your database is really only meant to store like text. So images are obviously very large files. They can be, megabytes of data, and we want to store that in a storage bucket. And what's going to happen is that we'll be able to generate an image URL, which is essentially a pointer to the location of that image in our storage bucket. And then when we access that image URL, it will download our image from the internet and display it in our application. So let's go ahead and hop back into our code. And let me just collapse a lot of these folders. It's getting messy. And in our services folder, we're going to make a file called image uploader. So this is just going to be like a helper that's going to allow us to upload images from anywhere in our application. And the reason we're creating it here and not in our profile folder is because we're going to be using this in our post section as well. So we want this to be sort of generic and reusable. So I'm going to say struct image uploader, and I'm going to create a static function called upload image. And we do have to upload UI images. Okay, guys, we can't upload SwiftUI images for some reason. I'm not sure if they're going to add the functionality to that or not, but not to worry. We can get a UI image from a SwiftUI image, so it's not a big deal. And this is going to be async throws, and we're going to return an optional string, and I will explain why. But first, I think we need to import UIKit, and then we need to import Firebase as well. So we're going to say guard let image data equal image.jpg data, and we're going to compress this image, okay? And the reason we want to do that, guys, is because oftentimes, like, imagine if an image is the size of this entire screen. Like, it's a massive image. It's like a wallpaper 4K image. We don't want to upload that entire image to Firebase storage. We're going to compress it quite a bit. And because, like, especially because profile images are oftentimes very small, we can compress them even more. So post images are going to have their own compression quality, and profile images are going to have their own. For now, we're just going to do like 0.5, okay? And then we're going to say else return nil. And essentially what we're doing is we're grabbing the image data from this image object, which is what we need to upload to Firebase. So then we're going to say we need to create like a file path for where we want to upload these images. So we're going to say let file path equal storage dot reference with path, and we're going to say \profile underscore images, and then we need to also create a file name, guys. So we need to create a file name here. So we're going to say let file name equal nsuuid.uuid string, because we just want to give each one of these images its own unique identifier. So this is going to be where we upload our image into Firebase storage. So basically what that's going to do is it's going to create a folder for profile images, and then it's going to give it a file name, and that's how we're going to find our images to ultimately download them. I think we need to import Firebase storage, guys. Cool. Okay, so now we're going to have a do catch block here. And in the do block, we're going to say let underscore equal try await ref dot put data async, or sorry, let's make this called ref, not file path, put data async. And the data is going to be our image data. So this is the function. Let's just like look at the documentation for this function. Asynchronously uploads data to the currently specified storage reference. This is not recommended for large files, and one should instead upload a file from disk from the Firebase console. But we're not doing that because we're compressing the image, which is why we have to do that. Okay, so now we're going to say let URL equal try await ref.download URL, and then we're going to return URL.absolute string. And here in our catch block, we're going to say print debug failed to upload image with error.localized description, return nil. Okay, so why are we returning a string here? We're about to find out. Let's go ahead and see how we're going to use this image upload function and why we're going to need a string in just a second. So let's go back to our profile, edit profile view model. And now we are going to go here and figure out if we need to upload a profile image. So basically, guys, we need to say if let profile image equals profile image uploader dot upload image. And you notice here that we need to convert this into a UI image, right? So and the reason being for that, once again, is because we can't work with SwiftUI images when we want to upload them to Firebase for whatever reason. I guess that functionality hasn't been added yet. But if you guys remember from our load image function, we do have a UI image here. And then we ultimately get our SwiftUI image from that. So what we're going to do is create a class level property and say private var UI image, which is a UI image. And then down here in our load image function, we're going to set that property. And we're actually going to change this iflet from UI image to UI image from profile image. And then we're going to upload that. Cool. And we're going to say let image URL equal try await upload image. Okay, cool. And I believe we need to say try. Oh, wait, self.image equals UI image. Sorry about that, guys. And then we're going to say data profile image URL equals image URL. Okay, so this is where this returning a string comes back. Okay, so basically once the image is done uploading to Firebase storage, we can get back the image URL or the location of that image, which is what we're going to store in our database. So this is going to make more sense once we do this live. So let's actually go ahead and see if we can get this done. So, and once again, guys, if there is no UI image property, this is not going to run, right? So we have to actually select a new image in order for that to run successfully. So let's run this and see if we can now upload an image. And I'm going to open up my Firebase console, go to the database, and we'll be able to check Batman's info for that. Okay, we got an error. Let's see. We need to say equal. And we don't need the return value from this put data async, guys, which is why we just have an underscore there. Okay, so let's go back and see if we can make this happen. So let's go back to edit profile, edit our profile picture. I'm going to select this badass Batman photo, and then I'm going to hit done. And let's see what happens here. Okay, check that out. So that was pretty fast too, right? So this is the location of our profile image. So if you guys were to copy and paste this whole URL and paste it up in your URL bar, let's go ahead and see what happens, okay? You guys will notice that it's going to download that image, okay? And we can double click on it, and then it will display that image for me. So that is, we literally just uploaded that image to Firebase storage and then got the image URL or the location of that image. And when we type that into our URL bar, it downloads the image for us. And that's ultimately how we're going to display that image in our application. So that's looking really good, guys. Let's just go ahead and check storage to see what this looks like. So we have this profile images folder, and then we have this big, long, unique identifier. So this is all of the information about our profile image. Okay, so that's sort of the process you have to go through to upload profile images or any image really with Firebase. And that's really the case for almost any backend system. You can't upload images directly to your database, which is mainly just for storing text. You are supposed to upload images to a storage bucket, get an image URL associated with that, and then use that image URL for when you want to download the images. So now that all of that is done, guys, there's a couple more things we want to do in this edit profile view. We want us to ultimately be able to load the user's information into these two text fields when we launch the edit profile view. And then when we hit done, we also want to dismiss our edit profile screen, right? So that the user doesn't think that nothing happened. But if we do hit cancel, we notice that that's working. And then next up, we need to go over how to load our images in our application and also create that image placeholder view for when users don't have a profile images. And then finally, we're saved the best for last. We're going to go over how to upload posts. And once again, that's going to be pretty easy because we already have this handy dandy image uploader. So get excited for that, guys. We'll see you there. All right, guys, so what we want to do to start this video is make sure that once our API call has completed and we've uploaded all that data, we want to dismiss this screen. So let's just go ahead and do that here. Inside of your edit profile view in this like toolbar, let's go ahead and just say dismiss. So basically the way this works is once this is complete, then the dismissal will happen. Ideally, what you want to do is have some sort of loading indicator show up there. That functionality is in the completed app. Once again, that is available on my website at stephancodes.com. There is a pro version of this that includes a ton of extra features, as I'm sure I've explained already. And if you guys want that, it's available for purchase as well. And the full video tutorial course is coming soon. So make sure you check that out if you want to get access to all of the extra features here. You obviously get a limited feature set with this YouTube course because it's free and I can only pack so much into one YouTube video. But anyway, now that that's done, we can test that out later. I want us to go over how we're actually going to download images and view them in our application. And we're going to be using a third-party framework called Kingfisher to do that. So we're going to download another Swift package. So we're going to go to File, Add Packages, and I am going to type in Kingfisher here. So if you guys are looking for the URL, it's github.com/1vcat/kingfisher.git. So I've used this a ton of times before. I'm sure many of you have as well. We're going to hit Add Package. And if you can't find that or you're typing the URL in wrong, just go to Kingfisher GitHub Swift, just type in SPM, and it'll show up as the first link. And if you guys scroll down to, I believe you can search for like Swift Package Manager, the URL is right here, https://github.com/kingfisher.git. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get this Swift package downloaded. And while that is happening, I'm going to talk about why I don't like to use async image. So let's just go ahead and add package. So many of you are like, yo, I've gotten messages from you before saying, why the hell don't you use async image? That's the native SwiftUI stuff, and it's great. And the reason for that is because it doesn't have image caching. And if you don't know what image caching is, you're a noob, and I highly recommend you look that up before you ask me those kinds of questions, no offense. But it's very important to have image caching in your applications whenever you're working with downloading images from an API. The reason for that being is, we'll talk about it in a second, is like every time I look at an image, if I've already downloaded it, I don't want to download it multiple times, right? Like if I have to look at the same image potentially 10 times in one app session, and every time I have to go and reach out to my API and download that image, that's really bad. And it's downloading a ton of unnecessary data to my app, making unnecessary API calls. So what image caching is you actually get to store that image in your app locally. And instead of refetching it from your API, you just reach into your local storage and grab it there right away. So you only have to download each image one time. And Kingfisher comes built in with that functionality. Async image, as of now, does not. You have to implement your own custom caching, and that's a lot of work. And Kingfisher has already done that for us, and it's a pretty lightweight Swift package, so that's why I like to use it. Rant over. Let's go ahead and figure out how to do this. So we are going to make that placeholder view I've been talking about for a while now, and use Kingfisher to download our image. So in your components folder, guys, go ahead and make a SwiftUI view, and we're going to call this circular profile image view. And we're going to use this everywhere we have a profile image view in our application. So it's going to be used right here. It's going to be used right here. It's going to be used in our search view, and it's also going to be used in our feed view. So we're going to be using this in a lot of different places, which is why I'm making a custom subclass for that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to want to do, guys, is go up to the top of the file and say import Kingfisher. And you guys should have that module show up now after we have gotten it implemented in our package dependencies. So what we're going to need to do, guys, is implement or initialize this with a user. And basically the idea behind what we're going to do here is if the user has a profile image URL, right? Like they've uploaded a profile image, we're going to display that. If they don't, what we're going to do is display a placeholder image instead. Really quickly, to solve our preview issue, just go ahead and add one of our mock users 0. Cool. Okay, so let's go over how we're going to do this. So we're basically just going to say if let image URL equals user.profileimage URL. Then we are going to create something called a KF image and pass in this URL. So we're going to say URL string and pass in our image URL there. So basically this KF image is from the Kingfisher library, and it just takes in a URL and builds out an image or renders an image for you, which is really, really convenient. It's a super easy API to use. Then we're going to say .resizable, .scale to fill, .frame, and we're going to do width and height of 80 by 80. And then we are going to say .clip shape is a circle, .foreground color, or we actually don't need a foreground color. Cool. And then we're going to say else, and we're going to have an image for system name person.circle.fill .resizable. Frame is going to be the same, and the clip shape is going to be the same. Just like that. So now, guys, we're just going to go and drop this into our user profile view and our edit profile view. So let's go back and see if we can inject that in there. So in our view, let's go to profile header view. And here, we're just going to say circular profile image view and pass in our user. And let's see what happens in our preview. And I believe our mock users have like profile image URLs, but they're our asset image names. They're not actual image URLs, so that's probably not going to work the way we want it to. So let's actually just go ahead and run our code really quickly to see if that is showing up correctly inside of our profile view, and then we'll do it in our edit profile view and all of the other relevant places as well. We're also going to need or want to be able to change the size of this, which is what we're going to go over how to do in just a second. So let's let this thing run. Should be done in just a second. Cool. Build succeeded. And now let's go here. Oh, and check that out, guys. That's super cool, right? Our profile image is loading. And here, if I go to like Iron Man, it's just a big placeholder image view. We actually do need to go back and modify that to gray, though. So I'm going to say .foreground color, color .system gray 4. And let's go to our mock users really quickly and just wipe out all of these profile image URLs, because those aren't actual image URLs, right? If you guys wanted to replace this with one of the image URLs that we have here, go ahead, but I'm just going to make them all nil. So now if we go back here and try to resume our preview, we should have this image getting rendered in our circular profile image view. So let's wait for that to do its thing. And okay, here we go. Awesome, that looks way better. So now let's go and drop this in our edit profile view. Else. So this is going to be the image that we select, right? So we want to keep this here. What we're going to do is in the else block, say circular profile image view user, and we have our user already. Or I think we need to say view model dot user. Yeah. So that looks great, right? That looks awesome. Let's just make sure this is still working correctly. Perfect. Okay, so now let's run our code again. And let's see if when we launch our profile image or edit profile view, if this displays our user's profile image. And this is going to be a really good example for what I mean when I'm talking about image caching, guys. So right now we have downloaded this image once, right? We reached out to our API and downloaded that image, and that cost us, right? It cost us a network call, which, you know, is expensive on our backend. It's not expensive, but, you know, it's a network call. It costs downloading data to the application, and it also, you know, is taxing on our API and that we're requesting information from it. So we don't want to have to do that again. So for example, when I launch my edit profile view, I don't want to have to download this image again. I just want to reach into my local storage and my image cache where I've said, hey, I've downloaded this image already. Go ahead and cache it. And then when I want to use it again or see it again, just go ahead and check the cache. And if it's there, display that. You don't have to go back out to the API and download it again, which is what's happening here. And that's what Kingfisher does for us automatically behind the scenes, which is really, really nice. So that's looking good. Really quickly, let's go ahead and get this these two fields filled in as well. So in our edit profile view model, let's see. We are going to say if let full name equals user.fullname. Full name equals full name, and we could say self.fullname. And if let bio equals user.bio, self.bio equals bio. Right, so now basically this is saying, guys, if the user has a full name, update this property with it, and then that will display inside of our full name text field. Let's run that, make sure it works. And then let's go ahead and drop our circular profile image view in all of the other places in the app that we need it. And that should just about wrap it up for our edit profile functionality. So we go here, so we need it here. Sorry, we need to go to edit profile first. Okay, so that's looking really good, right? Awesome, we can cancel out of there. And let's see, we need to be able to have different sizes for our profile image view, okay? So back in our circular profile image view right here, what you can do is pass in like a size, like a width and a height property, or you could say like let dimension, and that could just be a CG float. And then here you could say dimension, right? And this requires you to know exactly what you want to do when you want to pass it in, but it's not a big deal. So here, you know, for example, we could say 80. What I think a better implementation is, guys, is creating an enum. So this is a much more professional way of doing this. So we can say profile image size. And I'm just going to say like case, you know, extra small, case medium, case large. And then we're going to create a variable for our dimension, which is a CG float, and then we can say switch self, and here we can say return 36, or 40 rather, return 48, medium we can return 64, large we can return 80, right? So let's go and see how much easier this is going to make our life. So, I mean, it's not like that much easier, but it is a much more professional way of doing this. So we could say let size, and that's going to be profile image size. And instead of always passing in raw values, like these raw numbers, and we might forget what image we want to be what size, and so on and so forth, this is going to make it so we have a single source of truth, right? Everything about our image sizes is going to come from this enumeration and all of these different cases that we have. And then we get this really nice dot notation. So here I could just say dot large. And here I could say size dot dimension and size dot dimension. So that's just a much cleaner way of doing this, guys. Basically, this property here is linked to whatever enum case I'm looking at, right? So when I say extra small, it's going to be 40. When I say small, it's going to be 48. In this case, I'm passing in the dot large configuration. So now I say, okay, look at my size and then get me the dimension property. And it's saying because we're on the large case, it's going to return 80. And then my image will then be 80 by 80, right? So now if you try to build your project again, this needs to say size, sorry. We're going to get some errors, but now it's going to be a lot easier for us to go ahead and create this circular profile image view with our dimensions, right? So here, I believe this is .large. And then back in our edit profile view, size .large. But now when we go here, let's go ahead and go to our search view. We're going to use a different size parameter. So we can replace this with circular profile image view. And you notice we already have the user there, so that's good to go. And then here we're going to say .small. And then the only other place we need to do this is inside of our feed cell. So let's see where that is. Right here. So in your feed cell in that header view, go ahead and replace this with circular profile image view user, and we're going to make this .extra small. So that's super, super clean, right, guys? Like that's a really, really professional way of accomplishing this reusable profile image view. We just give it a user, it checks and see if there's a profile image URL, and then we also give it a size so it knows how to render it. And if we run our code again, we're going to notice that our app is starting to look really, really good. And the next step is going to be the final step, which is actually uploading and displaying posts. Ooh, that is not good. Let's see where we went wrong there. So in my feed cell, I'm saying .extra small, right? And our circular profile image view saying size. Oh, yeah, we forgot to do that here as well. Size.dimension and size.dimension. So when we were in the else block, we still had the hard-coded values of 80. So now that we're using the size enum to help us determine the size of the image, everything should be good to go now. Right, so that looks great, right? And then we go here and we see that I think I might want to make this extra small as well. Looks a little too big. So let's see, let's go back to search view and let's just make that guy extra small. Run that again. But yeah, guys, like I want to, just show you guys how the pros do it so that you understand what it means to code like a pro. And it's like that little bit of extra effort just makes your code so much cleaner and so much easier to work with, especially as your project scales, right? So yeah, that looks way better. This looks great. And this looks great too. So that's really, really looking good there, guys. Next up, we are going to really polish this off with being able to upload posts, fetch those posts from our Firebase servers and display them in this feed. So get excited for that. We'll see you there. Okay, guys, so let's go ahead and get started with what we need to do to upload a post. So we're going to hop back into our upload post folder. Let's organize this a little bit, make our view model and view folders just to keep things consistent and clean. And let's drag and drop these files into their corresponding folders. Cool. So what we need to do in our upload post view model is write a function to upload our post. And we need our caption, which is a string, and it's going to be async throws. Okay. And we're going to need a couple things. One, we need our current UID. So that's going to be auth.auth. Oop, we need Firebase. .current user .uid else return. And then we're also going to need this UI image property as well. because if you guys remember from our edit profile view, let's see, where is that? Profile, edit profile view model. In order to upload that image, we needed to be able to upload a UI image. So we just need to grab this private var here and go back to our upload post view model, add that guy right there. And when we get the UI image here, we're just going to set it. We're going to say self.UIImage equals UI image. And now we're also going to go down here and now say guard let like UI image equal UI image else return. So we need to make sure we have an image before we can upload a post, and if we don't, we just stop right there. We also need to make sure that someone is logged in and we have their current user ID. If not, we stop right there. That's what this else return means. Okay, so now what we can do, guys, is try to encode our post. Let's see if we can do that. So we could say let post equal post, and here we go. So the ID, we don't know what we want that to be yet. But the owner UID is going to be this, our UID. Caption is going to be the caption. The likes is going to be 0. Image URL can be blank for now. And this timestamp guy, we can just make date. Something that we're going to need to do, guys, is to modify this date object to be a timestamp property. And I'll explain why these two properties are blank for now. Okay. Really quickly, though, let's hop back into our post object and make this a timestamp. And go up and import Firebase. And the reason for this is that Firebase does not accept date objects. You have to use this custom Firebase timestamp object, and that's going to throw a bunch of nasty errors. So you can literally just replace this mock data with something called timestamp, and it basically does the same thing that dates do. And once again, we just have to do that in order to be able to work with Firebase here. And we didn't do it before because we didn't have Firebase when we made this mock data. So let's go back here and then let's encode our post. So let's see. Make this timestamp. And when you just do this blank initializer, guys, that gets you the time at the moment of uploading. So let's actually upload our image before we try to upload our post. So we're going to say guard let image URL equal try await image uploader dot upload image UI image else return. So we're going to upload our image before we upload our post, and then we're going to be able to pass our image URL in there. And let's talk about how we want to get this ID property. So we can say let post ref equal firestore.firestore.collection posts .document, and then here we can say post ref document ID. So basically this like Firebase automatically generates a document identifier for us here, so we don't have to go out of our way and do that with like the NSU UID stuff. And so this is where our post is going to get uploaded, and now we create our post with that postref.document ID. And we're also uploading the image before we try to upload the post, and now we can encode our post and send it up to Firebase. So I'm going to say guard let encoded post equal firestore.encoder.encode that post, and I believe we have to mark this with a try and say else return because that could always fail. And then what we're going to do is now upload this post to Firestore. So we're going to say try await postref dot upload or set data, and we want the async throws option post, and that's all we got to do. So that's the function we need to upload our post. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. Now we go back to our upload post view, and where we see this upload button, we're just going to replace this with a task. And we're going to say try await upload post, view model. And we pass in that caption there. And then we need to be able to dismiss this upload post view. So let's see. How are we going to do that? We can just copy and paste this code here. So I'm going to make a helper function to do this. So I'm going to say func clear post data and return to feed. Paste all that in there. And this is just so we don't have a bunch of copy and pasted code there, guys. Say clear post data and return to feed, and clear post data and return to feed. So basically we're going to wait for our upload post guy to do its thing, and then we're going to clear all the data out and return to our feed. So guys, let's go ahead and see if this works. And that's as simple as it is for uploading our post, right? Like we just need to get some data from it and make sure everything we need is there. We create our post ref. We upload our image to Firebase storage so we can get back the image URL, which we've talked about already. We create our post object here, and then we encode our post and upload it to Firestore. Why is that not working? Oh, encoded post. That's why. So that's a clear example of why you can't just upload a regular old data object to Firestore, guys. We have to upload this encoded post because this transforms this post object into like a dictionary data that Firebase can actually accept. Okay. And let's go ahead and run this, boys and girls, and see if it works. I'm excited, man. So let's keep an eye on our Firestore database, and we should see a post collection show up with all of the relevant metadata once we upload that post. So let me see who I'm logged in as. I'm logged in as Venom. And by the way, guys, I went through each and one of the users' profiles except for Spider-Man and just updated all their information just to make sure everything's working. And it looks like it's working really nicely. You will notice that you do need to like relaunch the app to refresh the data to have it display the user's information. That's not too big of a deal. In the completed code, that data updates for you automatically, which is nice. So if you guys really want that completed code in this really polished project, I highly recommend getting that from my website at stephencodes.com. But anyway, let's try to upload a post. I'm logged in as Venom, so I'm going to upload this post as Venom. Cool. Venom. And let's just hit upload and wait for that to do its thing. And it took a bit, but that makes sense, right? It's uploading a lot of information, and it takes us back to our home feed. And if we refresh our database, we should see a posts collection now that has this identifier, and those two things match up, so we know that we did that right. There's our caption, there's our ID, there's our image URL, our likes, our owner UID, which is Venom. We need to be able to point to the owner of the post so that we can ultimately fetch their data, and then the timestamp when the post is made. You see May 9th, 2023 at 3:56 p.m., which is exactly what time it is for me. So now that we've done that, guys, let's go ahead and go over what we need to do to actually fetch and display posts in our feed. And that's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to teach you guys a lot about how to retrieve information from a database, because we need to not only fetch the post information, but we need to fetch the user information about the post as well. So it's going to be really exciting. Let's go ahead and get started, guys. So I went ahead and made a couple more posts here, guys. You should do the same just so that we have a little bit more data to work with. It is fine if you just have one, but it's better to see the feed, have multiple posts so that we can scroll through them and make sure that that functionality is working as well. So go ahead and just make a couple more posts, pause the video and do that. And then let's hop into the code. So let's talk about where we're going to be fetching these posts. So we are going to be hopping into our feed, and we're going to create a feed view model here. So we're going to want to, once again, create our view model and view folders. And let's move these two files into our view folder and go ahead here and create a view model. And this is just going to be a Swift file. Hit next, and we're going to call this feed view model. Cool. So this is the file that's going to be responsible for fetching our posts from the database and then populating our feed with those posts. So let's say class feed view model, observable object, and first thing we're going to need is a publish variable for our posts. So this is what we're going to be using to update our feed. If you guys go back to the feed view, right now it's post.mockPosts. We're obviously just going to be fetching our posts from the database and replacing these mock posts with what we get back from Firebase. So let's go ahead and write a function here, guys, called fetch posts. And let's go and just get started with what we need to do here. So we're just going to be reaching out and grabbing all of these posts from this collection, very similar to what we just did with our users back in our search page not too long ago. So we're just going to say, let's see, let snapshot equal Firestore, and we actually have to import Firebase up at the top. Firestore .firestore.collection posts .get documents, and that's going to be async throws, so we need to say try await, and we need to mark this function with async throws. So this is our snapshot, and then once again we can just get our post data with one line of code by using that compact map functionality. So let's go ahead and just do that again, and I'll walk you guys through it. We're going to say self.posts equals snapshot.documents.compact map. And you guys can read the documentation of this. It says returns an array containing the non-nil results of calling the given transformation. So for those of you who are still confused by what a mapping does, I'm going to break this down a little further here. So if you hit enter on this, you guys notice that it opens up a block for us, and we get access to each individual snapshot in this snapshot.documents array, or let's actually call it documents, or document in rather. So we're looking at the snapshot documents, right? So this snapshot gives us back a list of documents, and then we want to apply some sort of mapping to that, right? Because we're trying to take this document data and turn it into posts. Anytime you're trying to take one thing and turn it into another thing, that's what's known as a mapping or transformation, right? So essentially what you're going to do here is just say let post equal try document.data as post.self, okay? And then you are just going to say return post, because ultimately this thing has to return an array of posts. And here we create the post and return each one in this block, right? So then ultimately, or let's see, let's build this. We need to say try here, and that should be good to go, right? But like we did before, we can shorten this up. Like we don't need to open up this block, so we could just say self.posts equals try snapshot.documents.compact map, and you can open up these two curly brackets and say $0.data as post.self, and just add your try here. And this does the exact same thing, okay? So that's just a shorter way of accomplishing this guy right here. And once again, that's just the more Swifty way of doing things. So now that we are getting our data back from Firebase and transforming it into our post and updating this property here so that we can ultimately update our view in just a little bit, let's go ahead and make sure we call this function. So we're going to say init, create a task, try, await, fetch posts. And let's go ahead and then implement this inside of our feed view. So we're going to create a state object, var view model equals feed view model. And then here we are just going to replace this with view model.posts. And that's literally all we need to do, guys. Everything else is taken care of for us because we did all of our data modeling already. We're just getting the data from a different place in a different way now. So that's really nice. Let's go ahead and run our code in the simulator and see what we get back. We're going to get something back that's a little bit interesting here. So, and I'm going to talk about why things look the way they do once the app gets up and running. So we're launching. We are going to be reaching out to Firebase and fetching data. Okay, so we noticed that our captions are good, right? Like these are the captions that I made and those are looking good. So we are successfully fetching this data from Firebase and like populating it in our feed. However, we need to do some updating actually. So we need to make sure that one, we are displaying the post image and we're going to have to use Kingfisher to do that. So let's go to the feed cell and take care of that first. We're going to say import Kingfisher and that's already taken care of with our profile view. But here, instead of image with post.image URL, we need to say kf, image URL with a string post.image URL. That's the only change we need to make there. So let's run this one more time and see what that looks like. And once again, guys, we also noticed that we have this error where we're publishing changes from our background thread, which is no bueno. But this is looking really good right now, right? Like our post images are now loading, which is super awesome. This is slowly starting to come to life. But anyway, let's go ahead and fix this because this is going to cause problems. We're going to say @main actor on that function right there. Let's run this again and make sure that that error goes away. And things should happen a little bit faster now. But there is still a problem that we're dealing with, and we'll talk about what it is now. So we noticed that we have all of our post data, and that's coming in pretty quickly, right? That looks really good, but we don't have any of the user data associated with that post. So that's a problem, right? We need to figure out how to fetch that user data as well. Because if you look back on our post model, we have this optional user object, and that's where all of our user data is coming from. But back in our post data, all we have is the post information and then the owner user ID of the person that made that post. So what we need to do once we fetch all of these posts is take this owner user identifier, go back to our users collection, and then fetch the corresponding user for that post and set it on our post object. So then ultimately the data won't be nil anymore and it will display our user data for us there. So let's go over what we need to do that. Let's hop back into our feed view model, and we're going to just look at each one of our posts. So we're going to do like a for loop here. So we can say for post in posts, let owner UID equal post.owner UID. And then we need to say, I believe we have this user service function, right? So let's take a look at our user service. Okay, so we have a function here to fetch all of our users. This is a really good example of why we made this like a global service, guys, because we're going to need a function here that's going to help us fetch not just all of our users, but a single user as well. So let's go ahead and do that really quickly. And then this is going to make our lives a lot easier back in our feed view model. So back in authentication, if you guys go to our auth service, we have this function here to fetch a user, right? So let's go ahead and just copy and paste this code. and go back to our user service and make another function here, guys. We're going to say static func fetch user with UID string, and it's going to be an async function, and it's going to return a user. Okay, so now we are just going to paste this stuff in here. So we actually don't need this current UID. Let's go ahead and put that back in our auth service. Yeah, so let's delete these 2 lines of code. Go back to our user service. And instead of saying self.currentUser, we're going to say return try snapshot.data as user.self. And now let's see if we get any. Oh, we need to say with UID, and then go and get this guy. So this is going to be a function, guys, that fetches any user we want in the application. All we need to do is pass it a user identifier. So let's actually just say return try snapshot.data. And that looks good. So now let's go back to our auth service and say self.user or current user equals try await user service dot fetch user with the current user ID. So that's nice. We're using this user service function here, and then we also need to use it in our post fetch in our feed view model. So now we can say, okay, now we need to fetch a user object corresponding to this post. So I can say let post user equal user service dot fetch with UID owner UID. And here's what we're actually going to do. We're going to modify this for loop a little bit and this code a little bit here. So let's see, we need to say try await. So now that we have the post user, guys, we have to figure out what post we want to set that user on, right? So like we're looping through these posts. Now we need to say, okay, post.user equals this post user. Well, how exactly are we going to do that? You could try to say post.user equals post user, but the problem with that is this is treated as a constant. So if you try to build this, right, you can't modify this property. So here's how we're going to update this. We're going to say for I in 0 up to post.count. This is some like data structure and algorithm type stuff, right? This is a workaround for how we are going to do that. We are going to say, we're just going to grab all of this and we're going to say let post equal posts I and just delete this stuff. And then here you're going to say posts I dot user equals post user. So let me just go ahead and run this code, guys, and see if it's working. And then I'm going to go through and do a breakdown and explain why that works. So let's see. Okay, that's beautiful, right? So now our feed is being populated correctly with the correct user data, right? We see their profile image showing up. We see their username showing up. And these are Batman's 2 posts. These are Venom's 2 posts. So that's looking incredible right there, guys. So let's just go ahead and do a quick breakdown of what exactly we did there and why we had to do it this way. So we have this function that's in charge of fetching our posts, right? And we are going to go and get all of this post data. That's what this is doing. So we go back to our database and we see that this is what our post data looks like. So, that's our users. So this is what our post data looks like. So we have all the information about the post, but the only information we have about the user is their user ID. Why do we do things this way? This is getting into like the backend engineering of this, right? So the reason for that is you could pass up the username and the profile image URL of the user and all that stuff. The problem is once you do that, if the user ever edits their information, this data about the user that you pass up would be stale, right? So for example, if at the time I made this post, my username was Batman, and then we upload that information here, so we don't have to go and do that user fetching stuff. We just have all the user information right here when we need it right away. And that makes our life easier in a way, right? But then let's say after I make that post, I change my username to Gotham's Dark Knight or something like that, right? There is no way to update this post here, or you could, but it would be a lot of work on your back end. So now you have different usernames. So when you go and fetch this post, you would be displaying the old user's username, which is not great, right? And we have edit profile functionality here, right? So if you want the ability to have the user edit their profile and information and their picture and their full name and their username and all that stuff, this is what we have to do. So we have this is a pointer to our user data, right? So if you look at the owner user ID, it's like OGLAM, right? So then I go here and it's OGLAM, right? So this is Venom. So anytime I edit my profile information as Venom, right, it will change here, and this acts as a single source of truth, as what I like to call it, what's a term often used in programming. So it doesn't matter how often I edit my profile, I'll always be fetching the most up-to-date user data about my user profile. So that's why we do things this way. So basically, once we get all of the post data, we have to look at the owner user identifier, make another API call to go and fetch the user data, and then update that user object on our post object so that we can ultimately display all of the user data on that particular post. So here's how we do that. We have this for loop here, and we're going to say, okay, go through each one of these posts, look at the owner UID, fetch me the post user, right? And we're using this reusable user service function that we just made in that little refactor to fetch that user with that particular user ID. And then we say posts I.user equals post user. So if this is a little confusing for you guys, like a lot of people really have no idea how to use for loops in this way, and have a really, really poor background with data structures and algorithms, I highly recommend just doing some practice with for loops. But basically, we're looking at the index of, we're like looping through a range of indices here so that I can ultimately update this post guy, right? So this is like saying self.postsI.user. So basically, when I'm on the first post or the 0 index, I'm going to grab that post, right? So I'm looking at the first post in my thing, which is this guy right here. Then it's going to give me, this will give me back Venom's user ID. Then I'm going to go and fetch Venom. And then I'm going to update this array up at the top and say, hey, post 0, the first post in there, dot user, that's this guy, right? We can't update, we could update this directly and then, do it a little bit differently, but this is just how I'm choosing to do it. Apologies if that's confusing, guys. That's just like the best way of accomplishing this. So now that we have that done, guys, I think that pretty much wraps it up for this. Oh, no, we got to do this right here as well. So we have to fetch our user posts as well and display them in our profile. So that's what we're going to be doing next, and that should be the final video of this YouTube course. So we'll see you guys there. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. So I just wanted to show you the full completed pro version of the application before we move on with the final feature. It's got a ton of awesome extra features that you guys are really going to want to have for a social media application. And the source code is available on my website at stephancodes.com under the source code section. It's this Instagram SwiftUI guy right there. And it's going to have, like I said, a ton of extra features. What you get with the YouTube source code is the source code to the project that we are currently building. The professional or pro version has a bunch of extra features, including being able to like posts as we see here. And then you can view the users that have liked that post. It has full follow and following capability as well. It also has a full notification system. And the ability to view your followers and following. And then it's also going to have a complete direct messaging system here as well. And you can also comment on posts as well there. So it's really got all the bells and whistles of what a standard social media application would have. It also displays your post feed only comes from people that you follow as well. And then it's got some like awesome optimizations for performance and all of that stuff that are not included in this YouTube course. So make sure you guys go ahead and check that out on my website at stephancodes.com. Right now it's on sale for 50% off, and that is ready to go out of the box, guys. As soon as you buy the source code, it gives you a downloadable file. I give you access to the GitHub repository so that you can have lifetime access to that and updates and all of that stuff. And it's just ready to go right out of the box if you guys want to save yourself a bunch of time. And the video tutorial for that is coming soon. I should have that up within the next couple weeks, where I explain how to do all of the extra features in that course. So now that we've sort of gone through that, let's go back to our version of the application and get into this final piece of functionality where we are going to be fetching the posts that belong to a particular user. So what I want us to do, guys, is actually go back to our services folder and make a service for our posts. So you guys notice that we are fetching posts in multiple places in our app here. So that indicates to me that we're going to want like a global service here for that. So let's make post service, and we're going to have a struct here called post service. And we're going to have two functions, guys, static func fetch feed posts. And we're going to say async throws post, just like that. And then we're going to have a static func for fetch user posts. And here we're going to need a UID string, async throws post. Okay, so before we do this fetching of the user posts, let's go ahead and just refactor our fetch feed post stuff. So we can just go back to our feed view model, and we can do this. We can say, let's just grab all this, go to post service, drop that in there. And here we just need to oops, that's the wrong function. We just need to modify this a little bit. So we're going to say var posts equal try snapshot.documents blah blah blah, and then we're going to get the users for that, and then we're going to say return posts. So this is going to fetch our feed posts, and let's go ahead and here we can let's just go ahead and say return this block to get rid of that error. Let's import Firebase up at the top. And we should be good to go now. Say posts i.user, right? So the reason we have to change that, guys, is because we don't have a class level property of post here. We're just returning posts now. So this is going to be local to this function, and then that's the one we're modifying this local variable here as well. So, but this whole for loop process is the same. We need to go through each individual post, make sure we're looking at the correct post, and then update the user on that post, and then ultimately return that. So back in our feed view model, we can now delete all this stuff, and we can just say self.posts equals, what is it? It's going to be try await post service dot fetch feed posts. Super simple, right? That cleans that up pretty nicely. And then let's go ahead and write this fetch user post function. So basically, guys, what we want to do is go and get the posts that belong to a particular user, right? So I need to look at this owner UID and only grab the posts that belong to that to my particularly logged in user or the user's profile that I'm looking at. So let's go over how to do that. Firestore actually gives us some really nice functionality to be able to do that out of the box. So let's say let query equal, and let's go ahead and grab this and put this up here. So I can say like private let posts collection equal that, and then we can just avoid typing this out every time, right? Post collection, and I believe we need to say static let. Yep. Okay. So now we can say post collection dot where field, and then just start typing out is equal to. So we're going to say owner UID is equal to that UID. And we actually don't need to store this in a query. We can just say let snapshot equal try await dot get documents. So what exactly is this going to do? So luckily for us, like I said, Firestore gives us this filtering capability where we can look at a list of documents or a collection of documents and filter them down based on certain conditions, right? So we can say .where field owner UID is equal to the UID that we're passing in here. So basically, if I want to get Venom's post, it's going to filter through that collection and only give me back the posts where Venom's ID is equal to the owner UID. So it's not even going to give me back Batman's posts, right? So the reason that's awesome is because in other backends, you might have to fetch all the posts from this list and then filter through them client side or like on the iPhone itself, which is way more work than you need to do, right? What if your app has 1 million posts and one user only has 2, right? Then you have to fetch 1 million posts every time you go to a user's profile and filter through them just to find the 2 that you want. Firestore gives us this capability on the back end. So that's really helpful for us here, guys. So now we can just say, let's see. We can be a little cheeky here. So I want to just return these posts, guys. So I'm going to say, we can copy and paste this line of code. We can say return try snapshots.document. Yeah. So we don't have the user for this yet, but we get that for free when we're on the profile, right? So we don't need to go and fetch this user object from our database because when we're looking at the profile, we already have that user's info. So that's going to be really helpful for us. So let's see if we can figure out how to do that in our profile. So let's go back to or over to our profile view. So how are we doing this? Yeah, so these are our posts. Let's go ahead and just delete this. We don't need this. But you guys notice we already have the user that we need to assign to that post object, right? So we don't need to fetch it. So this saves us the hassle of making an API call, right? Because we don't need to go and reach out to our database to fetch a user for each one of these posts because we would just be fetching the same user over and over again, right? So that makes no sense. Instead of initializing this post grid view with post, guys, what I want us to do is change this up a little bit. And we're going to initialize it with a user and then have the post grid view be in charge of fetching the posts that are associated with that user. So let's go ahead and hop over to this post grid view and just say, let user, which is a user. And then what we're going to do is actually create a view model for this guy and have this post grid view be in charge of fetching our post, like I said. So let's see. For our preview, we can say user.mockUsers 0. And let's remove these posts. Delete this from here as well. Okay, so for each post, so what we need to do is now create a view model here. So I'm going to, in our components folder, create view and view model folders just to make sure everything stays organized. And we want to drop all of these into the view folder. And then we'll make our view model folder have that post grid view model file. Post grid view model. And let's go ahead and create this class, post grid view model, which is an observable object at published var posts. Post. We also want this to be initialized with a user. So we'll say private let user, which is a user. And we're going to initialize this with a user, self.user equals user. And we'll see where this comes in handy in just a second. Let's go ahead and write a function. So we're going to say main actor func fetch user posts. Then we're going to say post service, or sorry, say self.posts equals post service dot fetch user posts with that user.id. We're going to need to make this say async throws, and this is going to be try await. And then we just need to say for I in 0 up to post.count posts I dot user equals self.user. So now in our init function, we need to say task try await fetch user posts. Okay, I know I moved pretty quickly through there, guys, but I'm going to come back and do an explanation of this. But essentially, we just need to now drop this post grid view model into our post grid view, and let's see if we can do that. So we're going to say at state object var view model, and it's going to be post grid view model, but we're not going to initialize it because we actually need to pass this user in. So here's how we have to do that. We have to say init user, and I don't think we need this as a class level property anymore. We just need it to initialize our view model. So we're going to say self dot underscore view model equals state object with the wrapped value of our post grid view model, and that's where we pass in our user. So this is just how you have to create a state object that has an initialization parameter, guys. And once again, we need this user parameter inside of our post grid view model so that we can set the post user object on our post grid view. Now all we need to do is say view model dot posts. So that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and see if we can build our code and see if we're going to run into any errors. I think we need to replace the post grid view with the user property. Okay, what we got? Yeah. So, and you guys notice that we already have this user property on our profile view. So this is going to be super easy to just drop right in here. And then we're going to let our post grid view do all the work, right? So the reason we have this as a reusable component is because it's inside of our current user profile view and the guest user profile view. So let's go back to these errors where we have the current user profile view, and same thing, we already have the user that we need, and we can delete these posts, and that's looking really good, guys. So let's try and run our code now. And see if this is working. And I believe that the post images aren't going to show up because we need to replace them with Kingfisher images. So let's see. Yeah, nothing showing up here just yet. So let's go to this post grid view, and we're going to import Kingfisher, and we're going to just replace this with kf image URL string post.image URL. Perfect. Okay, now let's run this one more time, and that should wrap it up. And then I'm just going to go through and do an explanation of everything we just did and why we did it that way and all of that stuff so you guys aren't confused. So only 2 of our users in my app have posts right now. That's Batman and Venom. So if I go to Venom, boom, I see his post showing up. And then if I go to Batman, I also see his post showing up. So that's looking incredible right there, guys. We're fetching the posts that belong to a particular user, and we're doing all of the filtering on the server side of things. We're not doing all of that client side. Client side means it would have to happen on the phone. When you're building apps, you want to avoid putting a lot of stress on the client or the phone because that is going to be damaging to the user's battery life. It's going to make unnecessary network calls and download more data than it needs to and all of that stuff. So we're doing this in a really, really professional way, and it's looking really good. Really quick note, guys. Some of you might be like, yo, why did we have to even fetch the user for these posts if we're just displaying an image for them, right? Like, why did we have to go through all that work to display the user on these posts? Well, if ultimately what you want to be able to do is add the functionality to be able to click on those posts. So let's see. if I want to be able to click on the post, and that's another piece of functionality included in the completed source code, then we need the user associated with it here. So that's just a reason why we went through that trouble of populating the user there. And we get that sort of for free. Not for free, but we didn't have to reach out to our API to get it, which is nice. So really quickly, guys, let's go over everything we just did. For those of you who are comfortable with all of that, that's pretty much going to wrap it up for the functionality. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, but for those of you who want to stick around for an explanation, let's do that now. And I also owe you an explanation as to why we used lazy VStacks instead of VStacks here. So I'm going to do that as well. So really quickly, guys, our post service, I think this is where this started, right? So we have a post service. And we implemented this as sort of like a reusable service component because we need to fetch posts in multiple places, right? We're doing that in the feed, and we're doing that in the profile view as well. So anytime I'm utilizing a service in multiple surfaces of the application, I like to create like a global service in one of these global service folders to sort of house all of that functionality, right? So we refactored our fetch feed posts, and then we implemented this fetch user post guy, which is a lot simpler, right? Because we can just get the post data that is unique to that user, and this is where the filtering is happening on the Firebase side of things, and we just get back this array of posts, and it doesn't have the user object associated with it yet. This is different than what we have to do for the posts in our feed because we don't know what user is going to be associated with what post. When we're looking at someone's profile, though, we get the user for free there. So back inside of our profile view, we're now passing this post grid view a user, and the post grid view uses that user to create a view model, as we see here. And that is what we're ultimately going to use to set on that post object. So let's take a look at our view model. We create this guy, pretty standard stuff with the published variable and the initialization and all that. But the nice part, the part we get for free, is done right here. So once we get all of our posts back from the post service, we just loop through each one and say post at that particular index.user is equal to this user right here, because it's the same for each post in the user profile. So that's looking really, really good, guys. That's super smooth, super professional, and it's optimized. The functionality is optimized there, meaning that we're not making unnecessary API calls, which is a big part of building any sort of mobile application. So now I owe you guys one more explanation before we end things. Why did we use a lazy VStack here? What exactly does that mean? For those of you who aren't familiar with lazy loading, basically it's going to say that I'm only going to load things when I'm required to. I'm going to be lazy about my loading, which is what you want in a lot of scenarios, right? So for example, I can only see 2 posts right now. Imagine if my feed had 50 posts. I wouldn't want to go through all the trouble of loading the rest of those posts unnecessarily. I only want to load them as my user is about to bring them into view on the screen. So that's what a lazy VStack does. It's not going to load the stuff, that it isn't required to load until it's necessary. So that's the reason we use a lazy VStack, guys. That's another performance optimization there. Let me go back to our application. So we only have 4 posts in this, but as this grows, the lazy VStack is really going to pay benefits and dividends. And another thing, guys, that the completed source code includes is something called pagination. So obviously, a real life app like this could have millions, if not billions, of posts, right? So a user's feed could contain thousands of posts. So what pagination is going to do, and that's a feature that's implemented in the completed app, is fetch posts in chunks of data. So it's only going to fetch like 15 posts at a time. And then when the user scrolls to the bottom of the list, it'll fetch the next 15 posts and the next 15 and so on and so forth. So that's another massive performance optimization that the completed source codes includes. If you guys want that, once again, check it out on my website at stephancodes.com. And guys, that's going to do it. We just built a really awesome MVP version of Instagram. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel for more stuff like this. And check me out on Instagram at stefan.dowlis. Link is in the description for that as well if you guys want to follow me there. And I have so much more awesome content coming you guys' way. I'm going to be building a lot more of these app clones. We're going to do Messenger, TikTok, Airbnb, Tinder, and then I'm going to do some fundamentals courses as well for like app development, programming fundamentals, and all of that stuff. So make sure you guys stick around. Like I said, like and subscribe to the channel. Comment on this video if you like it or with any suggestions you want to see in the future. And thanks guys for watching. Peace out.